Welcome, everyone. And thanks to all of you for joining us today at this 13th annual Survive and Thrive Urology Symposium. I'm Kishore Visvanathan. I'm a urologist in Saskatoon, and it's my pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremonies and welcome you to this symposium. Thank you for coming. I want to thank the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan for sponsoring that lovely lunch, and thanks to the staff of the Sheraton for preparing and serving it. So thank you very much. Many of you have finished eating. If you're still eating, please continue to enjoy it. But I wonder if you would take a pause and join me in just a moment of silent reflection to think about what we all have to give thanks for. We have thanks for friends and food, hope, health, and happy memories. So I want to just reflect for a moment. Thank you. Welcome to our new venue at the Sheraton. I hope that no one got misdirected this morning. All of you have made it here, so I welcome you, and thank you for filling this new venue. As we start, I want to reflect on the land that we're gathered here today on, and I want to reflect on the land that sustains us and the relationships we share with it and one another. We gratefully acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis, where Indigenous peoples, including the Cree, Dakota, Saulteaux, and many others who've cared for this land for thousands of years. We honor their ancestors and respect all generations to come. Saskatoon is home to diverse Indigenous cultures, and we celebrate their rich contributions. As we walk this shared path, we commit to truth and reconciliation, building lasting relationships through dialogue, collaboration, and mutual respect. And together we strive to foster inclusive, supportive communities where all voices are heard and valued. I'm not sure what you think of when you hear a land acknowledgement, but I know for me it makes me think of my work, and it makes me think of my patients and people who come to trust me, who have disparate health outcomes, some challenges in getting access to health care, and may not have the same level of trust for healthcare providers that I'm used to. And I understand that that comes from some of the relationships that have been in place before. So for me, when I hear a land acknowledgement, that makes me want to commit to trying to overcome some of those disparities in my practice. Today, we have 195 registered guests, and I heard there were also some people that are welcome, especially because they've walked in today. So over 200 people anticipated to enjoy this conference today. So this is really exciting. I am particularly excited to see some familiar faces, some of you who've said hello to me, and I really appreciate that. I am really excited that some of my work colleagues have come. Over the last couple of weeks, several of them have caught me in the hallway and said, hey, we're looking forward to seeing you on Saturday, so thank you very much for coming. And this is just for me, but if you'll just indulge me for a second. So my name is Kishore. My name is not Kishore. If you are from India, and you're not, you don't need to get your passports out, you're not. You would say, well, your name isn't actually Kishore, it's Kishore. That's how it's pronounced. But just because of my grandfather, who was from England, he decided my name was Kishore, and it stuck that way. So when I was registering at the front desk, giving them my license number, I said, I'd like to register my license number. My name is Kishore. And someone at the desk next to me said, I'd like to register my license number. My name is Kishore. And I thought, that is extraordinarily rude to mock me like that. And I turned around and looked at this man, and his name is Kishore. And so I was so pleased to meet Kishore Wasan, who is with us today. He's formerly the Dean of Pharmacy at the University of Saskatchewan, and now he works in prostate cancer research and treatment in Vancouver. And anyway, we decided that we both say Kishore instead of Kishore. And sorry, that was just for me, but that really made my day. So Kishore, thank you very much. I'm not the only Kishore. I also want to thank, and I went on too long and it looks like they've left. We had some amazing entertainment while we were enjoying our lunches. And, oh, they're still here. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I wasn't going to be able to introduce these three young gentlemen, and I hope they'll stand up. I want to introduce you to Bowman Liu, Boakas Liu, and Boasan Liu, and they were providing this beautiful piano music as we were enjoying our meal. So thank you very much. Very impressive. Thank you. So 13 years ago, the first Prostate Cancer Symposium, which was formerly called the Urology Symposium, was held the day after the grand opening of the Leslie and Irene Dubé Urology Center of Health at St. Paul's Hospital. That first symposium, and every one since, has been funded by our community, who recognized the need for ongoing education about prostate cancer and gave generously to the St. Paul's Hospital Foundation. And to me, this event is so important because when I get to stand up here and look out at you, I see a community. I see a community that is built up over 13 years. I see people coming back to the same event. I see people reintroducing themselves to familiar faces, but I also know that there will be people who are new to this event, and you're now part of our community. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for building this community. Now, a little bit of housekeeping before we get started with the formal program. We are recording today's event, and we will be sharing it on YouTube so others who can't join us live today can benefit from the knowledge shared today. And so if you registered for this symposium, then we will email you the link. And please feel free to share this video with friends, whoever you'd like to share it with. Also, Foundation staff will be taking photographs during the event. To ensure that we have good quality in our video and our audio, please reach into your pocket or your purse and join me, in making sure that your phone is silenced, just so we can get good audio. And if you do need to leave the room, we absolutely understand, but if you could leave quietly just so that the microphones don't pick you up. Washrooms are located outside the room, across the foyer, and as you're leaving the room, they'll be on your, they'll be on your right-hand side, this way. As we've done in the past, I will ask you to write your questions on note cards provided on the table. These are questions for the panel discussion at the last part of our session, and the panel discussion that you'll have access to will include our two speakers today. They will include a local radiation oncologist. They include a local family physician. And I'm very pleased that this year, a new addition to our panel, a registered dietitian from the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. So if you have questions that you think you might like to address to any of those participants, please write them down on the note cards, and then at one point in the break, there's a basket up next to the podium. Please bring them up and deposit them in the basket. This Prostate Cancer Symposium is made possible each year as a no-cost public event, thanks to the expertise and leadership of staff at St. Paul's Hospital Foundation, along with the generosity of our supporters through donations and sponsorships to the Foundation. I would specifically like to recognize and thank our legacy partner, Motorcycle Ride for Dad, today's lunch sponsor, the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan, our audiovisual and venue sponsors, Mallard Wealth, Saskatoon AV, and the Sheraton Hotel. Team builder and local speaker sponsors Ham Construction and Lyle and Arlene Zdunich. Accessibility sponsor Sean Healthcare Products. Community advocate sponsor Saskatoon Prostate Cancer Support Group. Coffee and beverage sponsors Jerry Huckle and Willow Park Wine and Spirits. All of those sponsors are the reason why we can get together today and have this great event, so please join me in thanking them. Thank you. I also want to recognize the 2025 Volunteer Urology Symposium Committee who put this whole event together. And so as I call out your names, please stand and remain standing to be acknowledged. We'll recognize you at the end of the introductions. Nicole Baba is nurse navigator at the Urology Center of Health. There's Nicole. Many of you know Nicole. Janelle Barch is nurse manager at the Urology Center of Health and Ambulatory Care Services for Saskatchewan Health Authority. Janelle couldn't make it today. Dr. Mark Henbid is a family physician who works alongside me at Saskatoon Urology Associates. Dr. Kate Johnson is a radiation oncologist and is holding a real bundle of joy right at the back there. Beautiful. Thank you for bringing that baby along. Evan Brotzel is manager of ambulatory care at the Urology Center of Health. I don't know if Evan's here. No. Dr. Kunal Jana, one of my partners, is urologist at Saskatoon Urology Associates, is clinical assistant professor of surgery at the University of Saskatchewan, and division head for the Division of Urology. Representatives of St. Paul's Hospital Foundation, you met some of them at the front. Jesse Greenwood, annual giving manager. Is he still outside working? Keith Marsh, major gifts officer. Murray Hill is patient advocate and chair of the Saskatoon Prostate Cancer Support Group and our Prostate Cancer Symposium co-chair, Murray. And again, I'm Kishore, not Kishore, Visvanathan. I work as a urologist and I'm clinical professor of surgery urology at the University of Saskatchewan. It's my pleasure to be co-chair, and thank you to all of you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Boy, we are just about done with the Kishore part of this. I really want to thank our 6 exhibitors. So off to my left, your right, you'll see the exhibitor stands that we have, and we are really grateful that they have joined us today. And so at breaks, after we're finished, I hope you'll take an opportunity to say hello to representatives from the Motorcycle Ride for Dad. They always are friends, and I'll talk a little bit more about them, and they have some great merchandise that you'll be interested in. Medical Arts Pharmacy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan, Prairie Pelvic Health, and the First Step Program, who's also going to get us moving a little later, and I encourage you to connect with them at the break. And in particular, Brenda from the Medical Arts Pharmacy and Juliet from Prairie Pelvic Health have some great draw items, so stop by their table, get your name in the draw. You can take something nice home with you. I want to now introduce to you one of our really great friends and really great sponsors, one of our first sponsors for this great event, and that's Motorcycle Ride for Dad. Established in 2009, the Saskatoon Motorcycle Ride for Dad chapter has raised over $2 million for the fight against prostate cancer. That is a lot of. The proceeds from their annual events are invested in groundbreaking prostate cancer research and life-saving public awareness campaigns of the disease and the importance of early detection. The event happens every June, right after Father's Day, and before I call up their representative behind this great event to address us, I'd like to present a video about Motorcycle Ride for Dad, highlighting the 25th anniversary of Motorcycle Ride for Dad. So I'll direct your attention to the screens. Can we see the video, please?
It really started with Gary down at Kingston, where he was doing a documentary for the Cancer Center.
That's where I met Charlie Pester. Charlie was suffering from prostate cancer, and I didn't know anything about prostate cancer or how serious it might be. I was having coffee with Charlie. I said, Charlie, what are you up to this afternoon? He said, Gary, if somebody would have told me about the PSA test here earlier, I wouldn't be going home to arrange my own funeral today.
Yeah.
That's what I got really interested in prostate cancer because nobody talked about it back then.
Right.
It was sort of people had it, but nobody wanted to talk about it. And we decided that we needed to do something to raise money for prostate cancer. So where do we start? And that's where I ran into Byron Smith.
Yeah. I didn't know Gary at the time, knew even less about prostate cancer. And I was president of the Ottawa Police Association at the time. And we were looking to expand our philanthropic footprint for our guys. So we were interviewing several charities, and Linda McGreevy came by to pitch the Ottawa Cancer Center. And so we liked what she had to say, and we said, okay, we'll sponsor the 2K run and walk. And then she said, well, as president, you're going to have to actually take part in the run and walk. And I said, whoa. I said, I don't run, and I sure don't even walk very much. I said, if you got anything with motorcycles, I says, I'm in. And she said, I got just the guy you should meet. So she set up a meeting with Gary and I. And we met down in Maribel Road at a coffee shop. I was busy. I didn't think it was going to be a very long meeting. And I walked in and spotted Gary, and he stood up and stuck out his hand. The first thing out of his mouth was, have you had your prostate checked? I said, oh boy, this is going to be a short meeting. So I said, no, as a matter of fact, I haven't. So I sat down, and he told me the Charlie Pester story and all about prostate cancer. And I became the first disciple, I guess. I said, yeah, I think, that's good. We can do something about that. And he said he wanted to start a motorcycle ride. And do you know anything about motorcycle rides? And I said, no, do you? And he said, no. And said, well, how hard could it be?
It was a cold, wet, windy, rainy day, and it was miserable. We didn't know if anybody would show up.
Yeah, so we got them all lined up. And we took them out for a ride up the valley through the rain. Again, not really knowing what we were doing, but we had a great day. Wayne Rostad came along with us and performed for them at lunch, and we brought them all back and had a successful day. And we had about 80 bikes that day, raised about 24 grand. We're real happy. We went back to the police association for a few drinks, and we're sitting there because it was only going to be a one-shot deal. We were only going to do it the 1 year. And then Gary said, what do you think about doing it again next year? And I said, sure, why not? And then away we went, and then it just kept growing from there. We learned how to make it bigger and better. So then in the following years, Gary was the guy with the vision and knew the sponsor, that kind of stuff. I was able to bring on the logistical side with the police association volunteers and that kind of thing. But we were sort of chasing it all the time because more and more people kept coming. We kept getting bigger and bigger. And we were just trying to, we were raising more and more money, and we were suddenly start to get the attention of people. Yeah, that's a job unto itself. Just trying to.
Did you get that? Byron lined up meetings for us, and we got our dog and pony show together, and we traveled across the country, stopping at police associations and Byron pitching them, saying how important this was for them to be involved. And lo and behold, they liked it.
Yeah, we talked to anybody that would listen. We'd tell the story again and again, and we'd often be sitting actually at this very counter when we get back off the road and say, I'm so tired of talking. But the word was spreading. It was getting bigger, and before long along came our 10th anniversary. It seemed to go so fast, and we had brought on Dave O'Malley had come on board and got us a a brand new logo, or, our souvenir line had expanded and we were doing great. Then we decided to do a cross-country tour, loaded up the big bus and a bunch of us on bikes and rode right across the country, spreading the word, right to the West Coast, and then was entering our second decade. I remember being in one small town in southern Ontario there where we had called on a sponsor and arranged to meet him the next day, and got a phone call from him. He says, I'd heard you guys wanted to talk to me. He says, to be honest with you, I was going to blow you off. He says, but then I heard that you were staying at the Super 6 motel. He says, anybody that just stays at the Super 6 is into hearing it for the money. So they came and he got on board. He's been with us ever since.
From the beginning, our objective was to bring in funds for prostate cancer research and prostate cancer awareness. And it was important to us from day one that the money would stay where the money was raised.
It was always so rewarding to see research being kickstarted, by us, where there were no research going on before. And all of a sudden, we'd raise some money and then there'd be a doctor in that, the Calgary Hospital or somewhere that he was doing research. And once they got past that, once they'd proven what they wanted to do, then we let that turn over to the government or else to fund it, and we'd move on to try and get new research somewhere else, because somewhere out there, someone's got the answer, and we just started finding them. I can remember being out on the road once, and we were sitting in a parking lot of the Super 6, having a beer, and we were thinking, boy, how neat it'd be if we could someday raise $1 million in total. We kind of just laughed at ourselves that we were thinking that we'd ever get to that point. And here we are now with over $43 million raised. So just, and a lot of people to thank for that. I can remember once sitting in the back of a room with Gary there at a summit like this, and looking around at everything that was going on and saying, Gary, we've done good. And Gary said, yeah, you're right. And I said, what do you want to do now? So, no, geez. Yeah. Yeah, and it's those moments when you're out on the road and someone comes up and talks to you, like you're at a ride event or something, sits down beside you and tells you the story, that they're a prostate cancer survivor, and, thanks because of us that they found it in time, or in some cases, that they didn't catch it in time and that this was going to be their last ride. It really hits home. I know doing the cross Canada tour, we stopped there with a big bus and everything somewhere in Northern Ontario, and this little lady came up and gave me a folded up $20 bill, and just touched me on the hands there. It was, you could tell that she had lost someone, and it's just moments like that, they get to you. As Gary said, it's been very important to us right from the very, very beginning, that as much over the lion's share of the money brought in by riders goes directly to the cause, and the only way we can do that is with the help of sponsors, companies coming on and helping us meet our costs. And right from the get-go, we had Scotiabank and Colonial Furniture, then it was on to Mark's Work Warehouse, TELUS, and then finally BMW, all there for us, and it allows us to keep that pillar in place, which is important, I think. When we started this, it was very important for us to get men to start talking about prostate health. We thought we get bikers and cops and firemen, military guys talking about the prostate, that everybody else, so all the other guys would start talking about it as well. But now we notice we've got a lot more younger riders coming out and taking part in our events, and young men today are confident. They don't mind talking about their prostate health. We like to think we had something to do with that. We're happy that they're doing that. So that makes us feel good. I think it bodes really well for going into the future.
There's nothing that's more important to Byron and I than to have someone come up to you and say, thank you for saving my life. Byron, I'm sure you've heard it.
Yeah, I've heard it. And people come up to us all the time and say, gee, you guys must be so proud of what you've created here. And to be honest with you, Gary and I don't look at it that way. We don't take ownership like that at all. There's just too many people doing so much, and this has become so big that it's not in any way about Gary and I at all.
It's been a wonderful 25 years for Byron and I, and we thank all of you for making this thing such a success. You've all done it. Thank you.
A small group of dedicated people building something remarkable. Sounds familiar. So thank you for that video. I want to correct a mistake I made. I misspoke. The manager of annual giving at the St. Paul's Hospital Foundation is Daniel Crawshaw. So I want to invite Brent McFadden, who's the chair of the Motorcycle Ride for Dad, to say a few words. Again, we're grateful for friendship and sponsorship for many, many years. Brent has been an active member of the Motorcycle Ride for Dad Saskatoon chapter since 2018 and currently serves as chair. For Brent, Ride for Dad represents the perfect combination of passion and purpose, the thrill of riding paired with the opportunity to raise critical funds and awareness for prostate cancer research. He takes pride in working alongside a dedicated executive team whose diverse talents come together to deliver exceptional experiences for participants and to strengthen Ride for Dad's standing as a respected force in Saskatoon's charitable community. Brent has helped lead the chapter in finding innovative ways to keep riders, donors, and supporters engaged, both on the road and online. His continued commitment reflects the spirit that drives every mile, making a difference in the fight against prostate cancer one ride at a time. And would you please join me in welcoming Mr. Brent McFadden.
Wow. I wish I could live up to half of what Kishore had to say. Sorry. On behalf of everybody from Motorcycle Ride for Dad Saskatoon, thank you for allowing us to be a part of this great initiative. We've been involved for many years, and it's one of the highlights of our entire group. So, as you heard the guys in the video say, we do what we do for you. We're out there to create awareness. We're out there to initiate conversations, and our message is simple: get checked. So, Gary and Byron are probably two of the nicest, most humble guys you'll ever meet. And a few weeks ago, I had a chance to be with them in Ottawa, and I told them that I wanted to share that video at this event, and they said, sure, throw it out there, we'll see what the people think. And I think you would agree. It's a very heartfelt video that really tells the message of who we are and what we do. So you'll see us out and about in the community, at the Dragon Show, at the Sports and Leisure Show, and all over the place. And anytime and every time we're out there, stop by, say hi. We're there to get your message out and our message together. So you'll see us on the 20th of June at our annual Ride Day event. We have another event early in May that we call Frosty Balls for a couple of different reasons. So again, we're out there to create awareness and to further build the community. So we know the road is long, but our tank is full, and our tank's filled with the strength from survivors. It's filled by you guys. So thank you. Now, with that being said, I have one more slide to present. You may have heard Gary and Byron talk about the total, but the total as of today that we've raised since the beginning across Canada is $46 million. Thanks.
Thank you, Brent, and thanks to all your colleagues and riders. Those of you who have joined us once or many times before know that we intentionally start each morning with a story from a local individual living with prostate cancer. And we do this to ground ourselves in the reason why we're here, to provide support and hope. And this year, I want to welcome and invite Calvin and Judy Jones to come to the podium and share some of their story with you. Calvin is a retired IT manager from Print West and Judy is a nursing educator at Saskatchewan Polytechnic. They have 4 children, 7 grandchildren between them, and both Calvin and Judy have called Saskatchewan home all their lives. So would you please welcome Calvin and Judy.
Good afternoon. I'm Calvin, she's Judy. In November of 2017, Judy and I were looking at my electronic health record, which was kind of new, and we were looking at one of the lab results from June. And we noticed that my PSA was over 5, and the high for normal is 4. I saw my doc again and got another test, and my PSA had risen again. He told me this was concerning, but it doesn't show really anything. And the only way to find out is to have, if there's prostate cancer, is to have a biopsy. So he recommended us to the Urology Center at St. Paul's Hospital, where we met Nicole. And she explained the choices we had, which is watchfully wait or have a biopsy. A biopsy was set up for January 25th, 2018. On January 30th, I got a call from Nicole, and she said, "Can you and Judy come in? We'd like to talk to you about the results." And I went, "Really? Uh-oh, that's really quick. They told me a week to 10 days. This is only 5 days, and 2 of those were a weekend. This is not going to be good news." Plans were changed, and Judy and I went in to see Nicole. She explained that the biopsy showed that the right side of my prostate had cancer in all 6 samples. And my Gleason score for those samples were 7, 9, and 9. That's high risk. So the rest of the meeting, with Nicole explaining the option before us, was a blur. I was stunned. What hit me very hard was, how do I tell our children that I have cancer? What should have been an easy thing was going to be very hard. You see, 4 months to the day before, our 17-month-old granddaughter, Lennon, had been diagnosed with leukemia. Judy was working full-time and supporting our daughter's family with a toddler who was going through intense cancer treatments. And here I was, adding to the family stress of having cancer. So, forced with the options of surgical removal or ADT and external beam radiation, we chose androgen deprivation therapy and external beam radiation. In March 2018, I started my ADT regime. And I had all the menopausal side effects that they tell you about, hot flashes and all. And we made this choice based on 3 things that were important to me. The chance, again, of having intimacy with Judy after treatment without using needles, suction, or some other contraption. I could not see myself wanting to deal with incontinence. And I highly respect every prostate cancer survivor here who has chosen surgery and how you've dealt with your incontinence. As I look back on it now, the third thing was that I believe that the right decision was made because I could do it myself. I made it to every radiation treatment on my own. I was able to continue to work, and with the encouragement of a prostate cancer survivor, continued to run. Thanks, Dave, for being here. We had planned to visit Ireland that summer, but radiation was set to start then, so we chose a different adventure, Sedona. Arizona in April, to strengthen us before the treatment got underway. Highlight of that trip was the Grand Canyon. I did 39 external beam radiation treatments in July and August of 2018. Radiation over time added to the fatigue that the ADT was already helping me with. One memory I have during my treatments was that after my 23rd treatment, one of the radiation technologists said, okay, for the next 16, we're going to concentrate on your prostate. And I went, what? What were the last 23 for? He says, well, we were trying to make sure there was nothing else in the pelvic area that lived that was cancerous. Every treatment has its pros and cons. The pros for me was that the intimacy was achieved once off the ADT and testosterone levels were back to normal. This took about 2 years after my treatments, and my PSA to this day is still undetectable. During the ADT, or the cons were, during the ADT regime, I dealt with high levels of anxiety and depression. I went on a medication for this. It was Effexor, and it took over 6 months to get off that medication once my testosterone levels were back to normal. The second con was the radiation burns on my colon, were collateral damage and caused blood in my urine, or my stool, sorry, and real urgency to empty the colon. And that's difficult at times, especially if you're a runner. I've had 2 colonoscopies to investigate and treat this, and that's some of the other collateral issues. But here's Judy's perspective.
So you know it's not going to be just the facts. A month ago, when I read Kelvin's first draft, I was struck by the lack of detail and emotion in his writing. And here, I'll insert an apology in advance for some cheesy retro pop culture references. I joked with him, it's as if Joe Friday from Dragnet is directing the interview. Just the facts, sir, just the facts. And I said, I think the crowd wants more than facts. So thanks to me, we have more than facts this morning. They want the lived experience, I said. So the minimal first draft was no doubt partly due to Kelvin's experience being interwoven and at times overshadowed by little Lennon's story. As Kelvin mentioned, his diagnosis came 4 months after Lennon's, and his treatment ended 3 months earlier. It's been an emotional time to relive that part of our lives. But we both took strength from our faith in God, and Kelvin soldiered through and beyond his treatment, as loving fathers, husbands, and grandpas do. And I think it's really a gift to be invited to tell his story today. It's prompted a look back, which has been therapeutic in its own way. And in this process, we give glory to God for the healing that's come through the wise and caring medical professionals, some of whom are in the room today. The most difficult part of Kelvin's experience for me personally was to see the changes to his personality and vitality as testosterone left his body. Mr. T had left the building, and it turns out we are our hormones, and our hormones are us. I pity the fool that doesn't understand that women aren't the only ones that are hormonal creatures. The Canadian Cancer website features patient stories, and Jack's experience with ADT was very true to Kelvin's. And Jack says, I didn't feel or look like myself anymore. I wasn't prepared for the weight gain, loss of muscle mass, fatigue, hot flashes, and deep depression. The physical and emotional toll was really tough on me. It may have changed since 2018, but for Calvin, ADT, aka chemical castration, involved 6 injections every 3 months for 18 months, plus another 6 months for the effects to wear off. We had read the essential guide, and we knew that the effects would be temporary. But reading about it and living it are 2 different things. The good news is Mr. T returned in mid-2020, and God bless him, he brought Calvin with him. More good news, our granddaughter is cancer-free and living her best life, and we've welcomed 2 more grandchildren, 2 little boys, now 5 years old. More good news, we've traveled and we're planning more travel. If not for COVID, we likely would have snuck in another couple of trips.
This is our experience. Every cancer survivor has their own story. The journey was challenging, but we were able to get through the difficult times thanks to our family, our faith community, and the prayers of many people. Life is mostly back to normal now. I'd like to thank the Prostate Cancer Symposium organizing committee for the invitation to share this story. As well, thank you to Murray Hill and the Saskatoon Prostate Cancer Support Group for almost 8 years of support. It is an honor to have been invited to share our experience, and we genuinely hope that our story is informative and encouraging. Maybe lacks a little of emotion and a few details, but we only have so much time. There's so much life and hope beyond prostate cancer thanks to early detection and ongoing research. Thanks, Ride for Dads, and all the other people that do support that. So thank you for listening, and go Riders!
Thank you, Calvin and Judy. You mentioned it was a gift to you to tell the story. That was a gift to us, and thank you. I would now like to introduce our guest speaker. I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Rob Rutledge. Rob is an associate professor of medicine at Dalhousie University in Halifax, and he's a full-time radiation oncologist specializing in genitourinary, breast, and pediatric cancers. He has a long-standing interest in integrative medicine, and it's been a pleasure to get to know Rob a little bit more, and you'll understand why in a minute. And I was also really intrigued to find out that, as so many people do, Rob has some Saskatchewan connections. Maybe we'll hear about that. And Rob's talk is entitled The Science of Empowerment. So would you please help me welcome Dr. Rob Rutledge.
Kishore, thank you so much. That was great. I am, Kishore, going to ask you to answer some questions while the presentation goes. So it's going to be a little bit interactive there. You're going to have to turn on the microphone when it happens. Can we all stand up? Start things out. Stretch your body in a way that feels good for you. You got about a minute to do what's good, right? Bring your mindfulness to your body even. Have a deep breath and a nice, long, slow, smooth out breath. It's a relaxation breath. Yeah. It's always a little bit difficult to give a talk after lunch, but this is just a wonderful crowd. And Calvin, Judy, thank you so much for that just wonderful story. Just so important here. So you can sit down or keep standing, whatever you want to do, but please sit down. And we have the slides here as well. So can you hear me? Am I still good? Yeah, great, thank you. My dad grew up in Love, Saskatchewan, about 3 hours north or so. And my mom grew up near Purdue, kind of 45 minutes east. My grandmother emigrated to Canada when she was 24 and raised 6 kids on the prairies during the dirty 30s. And my grandmother lived to 110. She gave a fantastic speech at 110. And I have 3 uncles, 2 blood uncles who've had a prostate cancer diagnosis. So I'm gonna go visit one of them this evening. He's 98 years old. We'll have a great conversation. He had his radical prostatectomy in 95, cured of his cancer, so wonderful. My aunt, who I visited with last night, actually worked at St. Paul's Hospital 50 plus years ago, urology, operating room nurse. And I have 2 uncles, both who did extremely well on my mom's side after prostate cancer. So it's important to me. Are we getting a slide to move forward? Yeah. So what I want you to take away, Keisha emailed me about 6 months ago, 4 months ago, saying live a better life was kind of the theme around this. And I want to suggest to you can actually improve your health and happiness through what you do on the day-to-day. And by the way, that will actually improve your prostate cancer outcomes. So, but I want you to be happy and healthy to start out with. I think really is the takeaway. And part of that, and I'm glad we're having the little break as well, is to move more often. I don't know if this is like the right thing to say within Saskatchewan, but more plant-based, less of the red meat side of things is probably it. I'm going to talk to you about time-restricted eating. Maybe if we get a little bit of time, the microbiome, but inflammation is the kind of idea there. Practicing a relaxation technique, changing the neurocircuitry in your brain to be calmer and happier and clearer, more thinking is actually a practice. And living the better life is also investing in your relationships. Something I thought was woo-woo when I started the program. Now I understand that we can actually do this. We can stay more connected with loved ones and family and so on. So I want to talk about one of my uncles, Uncle Skid. So he also grew up in Purdue. He was diagnosed with prostate cancer at age 65, very early disease. So that was 1997. And so had a prostatectomy, recovered well from this. PSA started to rise, and so he actually had salvage radiation in 2006. So 7 years after his surgery, he went and had radiation, hoping for cure at that point. Seemed to have done very, very well. 2014, the PSA had been rising, so he wasn't cured. He was an incurable cancer at that point, and started on hormone treatments and did well again for many, many years, and then the cancer started to grow again. He didn't really die of prostate cancer, but he lived for 23 years after his diagnosis. And what I'm going to say to you, gents, is that you can influence your outcome by your healthy habits. I'm going to try to explain that kind of scientifically, or at least theoretically. I'm going to try to explain that. So the healthy habits that I'm talking about today can actually potentially have an influence on your cancer. And I think if Uncle Skid had done all those things, he could have prolonged his life even a little bit longer and been slightly stronger. But he's a great man. He had a wonderful life, and I have great respect for him and his family. So why is it that it's older men who get prostate cancer? We're not hearing about Lennon getting prostate cancer or her brother getting prostate cancer as a very young person, teens or 20s or 30s. It's because it takes a long time for the cells to become abnormal. And this diagram is meant to be showing over decades. The cells are slowly changing, slowly getting more aggressive. And then you get in your 50s and 60s. If there are enough mistakes, the dozens of genetic mistakes, that's when prostate cancer can happen, right? And what I'm going to suggest to you is that you want to try to slow down or even stop that process of the damage happening there. So you have normal cells that are slowly turning into prostate cancer cells, which are the fasted, uncontrolled cells, and it takes dozens of mistakes. But you also have the same idea of having a slow prostate cancer changing into a faster prostate cancer because of the mistakes that are happening. And can we intervene to stop the slow-growing ones to turning into fast-growing ones? And so the damage that happens there starts the cancer, further damage causes the cancer to become more aggressive, just generally speaking within the prostate cancer world. So the takeaway for you is, if you know that an activity decreases the risk of getting prostate cancer, you want to do that. If you know that men who exercise generally don't develop as prostate cancer as often, then you want to exercise. If you know that smoking, for instance, increases the risk of prostate cancer, you want to stop that. And so we're using that same theory of the damage to the cell and how can you support the natural damage within that system. And there's a whole science around epigenetics. So far I've been talking about what's happening within a prostate cancer cell. There's this kind of soup on the outside and the chemicals on the outside that can drive that cell growth. And so there's something called inflammation. You know, heart disease is not caused by bad fats in your system. It's actually caused by inflammation. It's the irritation of the lining of the blood vessels within your heart. And that same inflammation, it has chemicals, like irritant chemicals, that cause damage to the cells, cause damage to the heart, cause damage to your prostate. And they also prime cell growth. They're kind of making the cells grow faster than they should and causing more damage. So ultimately, what I'm going to try to teach you, kind of inform you about, is this idea of an anti-inflammatory diet, anti-inflammatory lifestyle. You do all of these things. Less stress in your system, more connection is healthier ultimately. Okay, I put this within the context because the medical system also contributes to cure of prostate cancer or treatment of prostate cancer, both of them, right? So it's that marriage between getting the best care from the medical system and what you can do at levels of body, mind, and spirit. It gives you the best chance of recovery and longevity. And so we focus really at kind of level of the body, the healthy habits, but also healing at the level of mind. Can you be in a happier space? Can you have less stress? Can you feel more connected with your loved ones? That is also anti-inflammatory, right? And so nurturing a spiritual perspective. Thank you, Calvin and Judy, for reminding us, right? Stay connected with what's even most important to us. Okay, I'm going to tell you within the context of working with my wife. She's a brilliant scientist, and the story goes, Frank Sobey's in the top left corner of the slide there. He's the Sobeys of the Sobey store kind of grocery chains across Canada. He got diagnosed at age 50 with a prostate cancer diagnosis, had a prostatectomy, he's been cured 25 plus years later now. But you can imagine what happened, right? So his wife and him had to go through all of these things that we're talking about, like the depression, anxiety, erectile dysfunction, all that stuff is happening. Where is the medical system? It's not helping. And he identified that gap, his wife identified that gap. How can we actually take care of people? How can we empower people? How can we give them information that gets them through their treatment more often? So he endowed her chair in prostate cancer quality of life research in 2016 at Dalhousie University. Luckily, I met her there. Thank you, Frank, for that. I met her there as well, and we've worked together since. So you have a research scientist who's also a psychology professor, specializes in concussions and so on, along with a radiation oncologist who's been treating prostate cancer for almost 30 years now. And we wanted to create an intervention that would actually help the men get through the treatment. And what she had discovered is what Kelvin's talking about. The guys with prostate cancer have twice the risk of depression and anxiety compared with men in the normal population. And in fact, compared with men surviving other types of cancer. There's something unique about prostate cancer that puts guys at risk, including the hormone therapy, which changes the chemicals within the brain. But think of the losses, the erectile dysfunction, the change in their relationship, the urinary leakage, the things that can make us feel socially isolated. And we said, let's do something. Let's actually create an intervention that can help these men get through the treatment, stay connected with their loved ones, be healthier and happier. And I knew that, and you're going to get a fantastic talk from Carson Chan this afternoon around the fact that you can actually influence the urinary leakage problems, right? So by doing pelvic floor training or Kegels, you actually can improve those symptoms. but you can help with fatigue, erectile dysfunction. There's a whole side effects of hormone therapy, right? We can mitigate against that. And the truth is, if you have a prostate cancer diagnosis, on average, you're more likely to die of heart disease than you are of prostate cancer, right? And so what I'm thinking to myself is, I want you to change your behavior in the long term. I want you to eat more healthily. I want you to exercise. I want the stress levels down because you're going to be with us for a long time. I want you to have a real impact in the long term. Okay, so we came up with these elements of the program. It had to be appropriate for the older guys, that was home-based and scalable. It had to be safe. I'll tell you about organic in a moment. We came up with 6 months. We had several, or at least a few conferences, and we kept getting the feedback from the guys doing the program. They were the ones that said, had to be 6 months long. And it makes sense in some ways because we want something that you do prior to your treatment. We know that if you do your Kegels prior to prostatectomy, you get drier faster, right? You can get through your treatments more easily. You can recover more easily. But if it's long enough, again, you would change your behavior. That is the golden destination, to change the behavior so you're healthier and happier. Brains are working better. It's the best version of you coming through. It has to be super convenient for the busy clinicians. And my wife is I won't use the right word here, hard-nosed scientist. It has to be scientifically based. Now, lastly, there's an organic piece, and I'm feeling it right now. It's this idea of community. It's the idea that we humans like to get better with other humans. It's a human-to-human connection. If you want a program that's going to die, you put up some sterile videos on the website and you say, go watch those videos by yourself. 90% plus attrition. Do this app, you're there, you do it by yourself, 90% attrition. So we stumbled on this idea of staying connected. How do we stay connected with the people that we're serving? And so you're going to see that in a moment as to how we did it. So we had that phase 1 data that said depression and anxiety are high, and the guys are suffering lots of other symptoms. So next thing in science is phase 2, and it's a trial where you're seeing if people are actually going to do it. Is it feasible? And is it safe? And we had 30 guys do a 28-day program. So it was the mini program, a mini PEP at that point in time. And we trained them, and we tested the heck out of them pre and post. And we had 100% of the guys filling out every single survey. It never happens in science that you get 100% of the participants doing everything. But they were committed. Like, this is community. It's not just me, it's them, it's us together. And even after 28 days, they had lost 3.5 pounds of weight. Their urinary symptoms were actually a little bit better. You're going to see a testimonial around that one. The screen positive for mental distress, so depression, anxiety was actually improved. They did the program. They found it was safe. They endorsed it at a very high level, and they said, no, it needs to be 6 months. And we're like, oh, okay, we'll do it. So you can learn about this program by going to the website, pcpep.org. It is a free program now. If you've had a prostate cancer diagnosis, you can sign yourself up and do this program. So I'm hoping we can get some real enrollment here after today. On the website is a description of the program. So beyond what my talk is given, there's a 10-minute video which explains the program itself. And the convenient thing is you can just sign yourself up. It's that simple. And we'll take care of you from there. When you first get onto the program, one of the first things we'll find out is, oh, you're from Saskatchewan. Rob's from Saskatchewan somehow too, or at least his family's from Saskatchewan. And we'll hook you up to the support group if you want it. We'll hook you up to another mentor who's been through the similar treatments if you want it. We can hook you up with 2 buddies who are about to do the program with you if you want it. So lots of optional sides of things. And then I give talks around how to navigate the medical system, how to be prepared for your appointments, how to advocate for yourself if you need to. And then elements of the program. So you get the kind of overview of the program right from day one. This a lot of information at the start, but it puts you in the context of thinking big, right? Now this is the heart of the program right here. What you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen is the daily email. So 182 daily emails. And there's a whole curriculum within that with links to videos. So we talk about diet and stress reduction and exercise, but links to all these type of videos. And I think the secret sauce, part of it, remember the human to human, is the little daily videos from my wife and I from our kitchen, 3 to 5 minutes, saying, this is what you can do today. And we talk about vitamin D, and we share from our lives, and so on, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of like listening to the same radio host for 6 months. You kind of feel like you know them as a person. And so the guys actually rate this one high enough there. I'm hoping, this is just a little fun sideshow, that we can actually speak 135 languages. Here goes.
Hello, gentlemen. This is day 1 of our program. Bienvenue. Nous sommes vraiment très enthousiastes.
Nous sommes ravis. Mă gândesc că pot schimba creierul în 180 de zile. Y la idea es que puedes crear nuevas conexiones en tu cerebro que te permitan ser tu yo más feliz, tu mejor yo.
我们正在改变习惯，迎接新的自己，吃得更好，感觉。
My wife speaks Chinese. I know she was smart, but she speaks Chinese. So, so this is what you'd imagine would be in the program. This is the motherhood stuff. We want you to exercise in some way. Okay, Kishore, you've got a microphone there. First question to Kishore, and essentially to all of you as well. What's the secret to making sure that you're exercising every day? What are some of the tips and tricks that you do to make sure that you actually do something? Oops, maybe just to turn on the on button. Yeah.
It's got to be fun, and it should be with a group.
Perfect. He beat me to it. This is a wise man that you're talking with right there, right? So you're making it fun, I guess is the takeaway. And not sitting too long as well as the other part of this. We did our stretch already, so I'm not going to put you through that one again. Okay, we're also going to do a little bit of a questionnaire of your own personal health. So give yourself a point if in the last week you added up to 150 minutes of exercise. Right? I'm seeing some people nodding like they're doing it, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever's fun, it doesn't have to be, going to the gym, et cetera, but you're gonna give yourself a point on that side. Next, I'm gonna talk about sedentarism. Sedentarism is the new smoking. So I'm trying to integrate some things that you can actually adopt, some science you can adopt in the day-to-day. And it's this idea that this activity is like, you're not using many calories, sitting, reclining, lying. And we're so all at risk of this, right? So watching TV or being on our devices, social media, reading, or sitting at work. How much is too much sitting? Is it 3 hours in a row? Probably. Is it 6 hours in a row? Definitely. And the idea is that you should be standing up, stretching that body. In fact, why don't we stand up for 30 seconds right now? I'm starting to feel like, gotta walk the talk. How about a little bit of Qigong together, all right? So feet shoulder width apart, slight bend in the knees, arms at the sides, zombie like Halloween, breathing in through your nose, and then breathing out through your mouth. Bring your mindfulness to this exercise now. Breathing in through your nose, and out through your mouth. Very nice. Breathing in, and breathing out. Oh man, you should see this audience from my perspective. This is great. I love it. I just love the feeling in the room. Thanks, guys. You can have a sit. Okay, so why is it unhealthy? You can think of kind of the blood pooling in your legs. There's some change in the kind of the fats and the sugars within the body. The clotting actually goes up, and your brain begins to actually shut down compared with you've actually move yourself even 5 minutes per hour. So that's the physiology of all that. The problem is if you sit too much, your chance of dying earlier is increased by at least kind of 50% all-cause mortality. And it increases the risk just by itself. Even if you exercise, you go for your good morning stroll, power walk, 45 minutes, but you sit all day long, you've lost the benefits of the 45 minutes. You have to keep stretching, have to keep moving. Put you at risk. I'm sorry, this is a little bit too medicalese here. Cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer. Again, controlling for exercise. If you're sitting, it is not good for you. And in fact, sitting kind of daily is probably even worse than smoking a cigarette. That type of thing. Here's a study for you. So They took volunteers, 9-hour study. They gave them a meal replacement drink at hours 1, 4, and 6. They had 3 groups. One, they sat the whole day long. The second group exercised for the first 30 minutes. And the third group only, and then the third group got up 100 seconds of quick walk every 30 minutes. So only 100 seconds every 30 minutes. The guys that are sitting for whatever reason for prolonged times had higher sugar and insulin levels. Insulin is the the hormone that brings the sugar back into the cells. It also primes cancer cell growth, those kind of chemicals around priming cells. And so even a simple 9-hour study showed you change your metabolism for sugar within even 9 hours. Kishore, yeah, stress is on. So what are some tips and tricks to get you up, even 5 minutes on the hour? It got him thinking. I heard yesterday, Kishore, that you had somebody, probably your team, make sure that you were active all day long, doing different things, telling you what to do. I'm making fun of you a little bit right now, but I'm giving you time to think. Because he's a busy man, right? And so his schedule is not actually determined by him. It's somebody else is telling him what to do because he's so darn busy. Okay, so how is it you get yourself up other than being told what to do all day long?
Yeah, if I have a day of say phone calls to make, then I'll just set an alarm or watch the clock, and every 30 minutes get up and do some squats.
That's excellent. I actually have that ritual as well. If I'm calling a patient, I actually stand up. If I'm on the phone, I actually try to stand up in the moment. So you set your alarm. There are different watches. Stand-up desk, right? Going from sitting to standing. It might be that you only do that for 3 minutes an hour, but as time goes on, you get stronger at doing that. Ritual standing, walk the stairs, walk to work, have a walking meeting. Just look for those opportunities to stretch your body a little bit. Okay, give yourself a point. If you're thinking about yesterday, if you got up 5 minutes on the hour, give you even 5 minutes on the 2 hours, right? Single point on that side. Okay, strength training. Beyond this kind of aerobic and zone 2 type of exercise, doing strength training wires the brain and gives you all sorts of other benefits beyond the aerobic stuff. It's almost as if, okay, actually we're going to do this again. Stand up. You're going to do as many squats as feels good for you. And you can even do mini squats. You don't even have to stand. But I want you to just kind of do some squats to the point where, I'm starting to feel the muscle burning a little bit. No falling, because then we get in trouble from St. Paul's Hospital. Okay. You're starting to feel just a little bit of burn? Okay, you can sit down. I don't want to have you wipe out. So when you're in that 10th squat and your muscles are really burning, how is it that your body adjusts and gets you to stand up, like just fire those muscles? What's the physiology of that? And it's a rhetoric question because I can tell you. Your brain actually has to send more messages down to your muscles. You have to use more firing within your brain in order to get those muscles to twitch. And you're training that. Whenever you get your brain to do something, especially kind of exercise, racket sports, et cetera, or you're learning a new skill or memory test or playing a game, whenever you get your brain to kind of activate in one area, it activates in all areas. So this is activating your brain because you're getting your brain to send more signals to your muscles. There's a lot of benefit to this. In our program, home-based, body weight, elastic bands, twice a week, 30 minutes. You get to choose the level that you want to choose. And we've had about 800 people do the program. Nobody's had a heart attack or fallen or broken a bone. And even with guys with metastatic prostate cancer involving bone, about 30 of them that have done this program have not hurt themselves. So we know it's safe, and the science shows strength training, whether it's that or yoga or these other techniques, can actually really improve your mood and your memory, etc. So strength training is now standard part of exercising. You need to do that twice a week if you want to maximize your health. Okay, just to get an idea of some of the exercises that we're doing. That's workout A on Monday, for instance. Okay, Give yourself a point if in the last 7 days you did some sort of strength training. Okay. There's also a science to stress reduction and practicing a relaxation technique. We did the Qigong, right? Right, so a long, slow, smooth out breath. It does not have to be just pure meditation. It can actually be a moving meditation. We loan you, as part of this program, a biofeedback monitor, clips onto your ear, measures your heart rhythm, gives something called heart rate variability. In fact, they put it on newborns in the ICU kids to kind of see how stressed they are. 10 minutes per day, very strong science, improves mental health even out to 6 months. Give yourself a point if you practice some type of technique. I'll even give you 10 minutes once per week if you're practicing some type of relaxation technique. Getting the neurophysiology to come into the more relaxed state. I'm feeling calm, feeling good. Because what happens is it changes your baseline stressometer. So your baseline stress levels go down, and when you're in a kind of stressful situation, going into a medical appointment, about to have a difficult, give a presentation, you can actually tap into that same kind of well of wellness there. Okay, the dietary advice. So for 182 days, we're recommending that you slowly swap in the good stuff, slowly swap out the not so good stuff, right? You're slowly transforming that over a 6-month period. Trying new dishes so that you can swap out the dishes that aren't healthy for you. I'm always at you. Vitamin D, more fruits and veggies. We talk about time-restricted eating. This is sharing is caring. So we also created 26 weekly cooking videos. My wife is a fantastic chef. At best, I'm good at dishes. So she's teaching me, the inept oncologist, how to create these plant-based meals, and they are really, really tasty. We got the feedback from the rural guys that our cooking was a little too fancy, and so we actually changed over the cooking videos to make it plainer, easier, so easy an oncologist can do. I want to talk to you about ultra-processed foods. This is another major learning for all of us right here. This is a real problem within our society right now, and I want to kind of raise the awareness. Raise the awareness of PSA screening. I want to raise the awareness of ultra-processed food. I call the ultra-processed food like substances. So we're essentially consuming from the industrial food industry, right? And what they've done is to try to maximize their profits, they make the ingredients in the foods cheaper. So they're stripping out some of the micronutrients and kind of combining it in big vats in order to create these supposed foods. So we're losing out on what I call the matrix. When you eat a fruit or vegetable, like there's 1,000+ chemicals that are sitting in this matrix that your body absorbs, and there's kind of interaction between all these chemicals. That's not happening with the ultra-processed foods. And yes, it can be cheaper, but it's certainly not healthier. And the problem is that industry is trying to maximize their profits. And so they're creating addictive foods, essentially. Soft foods that get consumed quickly, that have that really lovely taste of sugar, fat, and salt all combined together. And essentially they want you to consume more. That's essentially, they're trying to sell more product. I'm sorry to be so negative around this. And their marketing tries to make you feel good, to buy more product, and it's a whole cycle. We are the consumer in that whole cycle. In the early 1990s, a Brazilian researcher noted that the food had gone, so there was essentially obesity epidemic. So people were really gaining a lot of weight in Brazil in the early 90s. And what he had discovered was it was the same types of food, but the food had become ultra-processed. And so the first 3 categorizations that he created is, this is not the bad stuff, this is actually the good stuff. But there's this whole other category of ultra-processed foods. And generally speaking, it's chemicals or extracts from other foods that are put in there. If you can't find that ingredient in your pantry, it's probably an ultra-processed food. If you can't pronounce the name, it's an ultra-processed food in the ingredient list. So it's the emulsifiers and the preservatives that are there to make money for them. So, and it's essentially a lot of stuff. All of your supermarket bread almost certainly is ultra-processed foods. The breakfast cereals, if it comes in a plastic wrap, it's almost certainly an ultra-processed, food offering. I played tennis with my son about a week ago, and he had kind of grabbed something like one of these, ready-made meals, and he said, I had to eat it, but I don't feel good afterwards, right? And so there's an idea here. And so this is Maria Kratz. She's talking about the obesity epidemic, but all the emulsifiers. What is an emulsifier? Think of your laundry, and there's some dirt on your clothes. You put in the laundry detergent. Part of that molecule grabs onto the dirt. Part of the molecule grabs onto the water, and the dirt gets ripped away from the clothes, right? So you get cleaner clothes. Great. The same thing is happening within your gut. If you're eating emulsifiers, the lining of the gut is getting ripped away by the foods that aren't good for you. And then your gut gets thinner, and if we have time, I have some great pictures on the microbiome as an alternate topic here. So what I'd suggest to you, so the takeaway here is you don't have to read the top part, what they call the macronutrients, the fat, the proteins, the sugars. That's not probably as important as actually reading the ingredient list, right? Look at those chemicals. My goodness, I can't even prescribe that. Azodicarbonamide, ADA. I don't think we're kind of evolved to absorb that. And the Canada Food Guide was actually pretty progressive, saying these foods put you at risk, right? These are the foods that have all these extra, essentially, chemicals in them. And I'm sorry to be Debbie Downer, but I'm here to educate, not to make people necessarily happy. There's from one of the big store foods, I think it's an ice cream list. At least they say it contains bioengineered food ingredients. I'm not so sure great quality is appropriate in that sense. What's the issue? Why am I harping on this? Why do you care? It's because more and more of our diet within Canada, US, UK, probably 60% calories through ultra-processed foods. In our kids, think about the breakfast cereals, right? And the yogurts and the bars and the stuff that we send them to school with. That's an issue, and that's clearly associated with anxiety, depression, ADHD, obesity, diabetes, right? And you combine that with like an addictive food, combined with lack of exercise, sedentarism, we have the recipe for an unhealthy society. And you, grandparents, can have an influence. I'm sorry, I'm getting my soapbox here. This is the issue, right? The ultra-processed food influence how we think and feel, increases the risk of cancer. Yes, it is a slight increase. Definitely obesity, diabetes, neurocognitive change, right? I'm thinking about you and your prostate cancer diagnosis. You got 20, 30 years to go. Let's prevent you from having deterioration in your cognitive function, many other medical conditions. I'm going to finish this section with a very interesting study. So this was a group of overweight adults. So they didn't have cancer or any particular diagnosis, and they essentially kind of trapped them in an institution for 28 days, and they were randomly assigned. The first group had the good diet for 2 weeks, and then the ultra-processed food for 2 weeks. That was the first group. And then the second group had the other way around. So they had the bad diet for the first week and the good diet for the first 2 weeks and second 2 weeks. So month long, everybody had 2 weeks of good stuff and everybody had 2 weeks of bad stuff. They just had a different pattern. So the healthy diet, 80% of the calories came from whole foods. And that's what I'm trying to push towards you. Eat the whole food. And in the unhealthy diet, it was about 80% came from this ultra-processed stuff. They tried to make the diet look very similar. Like, for instance, a blueberry muffin can be made with kind of whole foods or can be made with all these chemicals, right? And so they try to balance the fiber and the sugar and all that stuff, et cetera, et cetera. Am I allowed more time or less time? Because we started late? Okay, good. Thank you. Look, I'm passionate here. So interestingly, so we're looking at for the first 2 weeks where we had a bad food group and a good food group. During those first 2 weeks, the people said, I feel the same degree of fullness, same degree of satiety. I like the food just as much. They were matched that way. Scary. The ultra-processed food people ate 500 more calories per day, and they did not even know it. They gained, 2 pounds of weight eating the crappy stuff? And the guys that actually ate the whole foods on average lost 2 pounds of weight. Why is there a weight gain? We don't know. And I think partly it's the calorie density. It's the soft, high calorie density foods that you eat, taste great, gets into your stomach, and the calories are in there so fast that it's hard for your brain to catch up. And so you end up overeating. I think is really how that happens. It could be that you're messing up your microbiome, the 100 trillion friends, the bacteria in your gut that do so much for you, and the chemicals that interfere with appetite. I don't know. All I can say is it's not a healthy way to go at this. Okay, so that was a long way to say you get 5 points. If think about yesterday, you ate 5 servings of fruits and vegetables. Think about it. Give yourself a point. Okay, next thing I'm going to talk about, something that's probably easier to control, which is when you eat. This is very interesting. I was thinking about how am I going to pitch eating less red meat to a Saskatchewan audience. And I'd say it's okay to eat red meat, just eat it rarely. Because I'm thinking about from an evolutionary perspective, sure we ate red meat, but we would have like a gorge like once every week or once every 2 weeks whenever we were able to catch the animal type thing. And the way I think about it is the red meat gets into the system and causes an inflammation. And it's okay to have that kind of very short term, but to have that kind of every day, the inflammation, irritation ongoing, that's not healthy for you. I think that's the mechanism of why eating too much red meat is not a good thing. And this analogous to eating all the time. If you're always having the calories going through your system, your gut's always having to prepare this, you're always kind of in this state of digestion. If you can get yourself to the hungry point at least once per day, that's the time when you can actually have a healing, the rest and digest part of this. So I'm going to try to flush out that idea right now. So the idea is when you have a meal, so you're absorbing calories and proteins and fats, et cetera, the glucose or the sugary stuff goes right into your cells, and once that's kind of taken care of, it goes into your liver, and your liver kind of builds up some glycogen, which is kind of a storage of the sugar cells. The fat goes into the cells and blah on that side, but it's the glucose that probably matters there. When you're not eating, the cells continue to suck off the sugar, and then you get depleted of the glycogen, so that's the kind of storage of the sugar stuff. You have to get to that point before you can actually go into ketosis, which is breaking down the fats for your energy. You want to get to ketosis every day, which is different than a ketogenic diet. We're talking about cycling in and out of having food and not having food so that when you're hungry, you're actually putting some ketones into your system. The ketones are really important in terms of helping clean up the mess, clean up the little bits of stuff that's there as well. Decreases inflammation, allows your stomach to heal, allows your heart, your kidneys, your brain to heal. You want to have the hungry phase within the 24-hour cycle, or at least the no-calorie phase, I should say. Okay, so the other thing is your cells, and interesting, the bacteria in your gut also know what the 24-hour cycle is. It's just incredible in my mind there. So the idea is your system is set up to eat during the day, and when the circadian rhythm says, shut down everybody, not to be eating at night, not to be having calories at night. And if you do just that, it changes over the blood sugars, the insulin levels, the fat production, et cetera, et cetera. So time-restricted eating, better blood pressure, just by not eating at night. So what does that mean? Typically not eating for the first hour after waking, so you're giving yourself that little extra hungry period, and typically not eating for the last 2 or 3 hours at night, just before you go to bed. And ultimately, you're trying to get to whatever is best for you, because it's individual and different people, different ways, but at least 12 hours where you're not getting calories in, right? So you can get up, have your coffee, but not with sugar or milk in it. It's like, get the coffee and that's okay. There's no calories there. But ultimately, you can get yourself through at least 12 hours. Probably 14 is a little bit better. I think 16 is hard to do, so I'm not going to push yourself there. Ultimately, you can train yourself. I'll quickly show just the diagram. Is slowly over the months, you slowly increase the length of time in which you don't get calories into these things. And so you're getting to that 12 to 14 hours where the calories aren't going in, so therefore ketosis is happening and you're healthier and happier. Yes, as you slowly build this up, you won't be as good at being hungry, right? Your body will go like, oh, I'm hungry. This doesn't feel very good. I'm not very happy. But your metabolism adjusts, adapts to it so that the kind of hunger, irritability, all the stuff that I'm written here settles down. So after a month, you're back to feeling fine. Like I can go through 12 hours without eating and actually feel okay, feel energized. This is the takeaway. This is why I'm talking about this, right? You can actually allow your brain to heal, so it stimulates that kind of brain function. Your heart can regenerate a little bit. Immune function better, which is super important, cancer. The blood sugars, promotes weight loss. Ding, 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 ding. If we know it reduces the risk of cancer, you want to do that after a cancer diagnosis. Okay. Give yourself a point if last night you didn't eat for 12 or more hours. We're doing some calculation here, I can see that. Okay, I was really anxious when Gabriella, who's a psychology professor, said, oh, but we should also teach these guys how to have better relationships. I'm like, what? I'm an oncologist. I don't do that. And yeah, I'm going to have to talk about it for 182 days in a row in a video with you. And she was right. I gave in, and she was right. And the guys in the program actually did it because we have the weekly compliance survey. So we know they actually complied with the program. And so we prescribed activities like go for a walk with somebody every Wednesday if you can. Call same distance on Sundays. And she was talking about emotions, like normalizing the fact that guys can go through depression and anxiety after a cancer diagnosis, and forgiveness, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, there's real life teaching there that we can all kind of remember and tap into. Give yourself a point if within the last week you kind of scheduled something in which you kind of hung out with somebody, right? Like you spend that extra time, you kind of invested in that relationship. So think of it like, are you investing as an activity within your week with your relationships? Okay, so I'm being very lenient on this one since I've been pretty tough otherwise. Okay, so then I think the secret sauce of our program as well is the kind of social support, and why I really endorse the Prostate Cancer Support Group here in Saskatoon and anywhere else is that if you can connect with other people and learn from them and connect with them and support them, it's really healing and it motivates you to take care of yourself. So we have a buddy system, we have a mentor system, we have a monthly video conference we've been doing since 2020. So it's we get together, we provide a scientific update. So I've talked about the microbiome, ultra-processed foods, all the stuff that I'm trying to teach you right now, access to mentors. And we're getting about 50 to 60 screens per month. It's become a wonderful community. Really, it's really heartfelt for us as well. Okay, so give yourself a point. Oh, I guess that was from, oh well, that's from the previous one as well. You get 2 points in this scenario. So part of the program is to actually fill out a compliance survey. Every week you're saying how much you did of what activities. And we said to them, this is too much to ask guys 26 times every Sunday to fill in a 5-minute survey. And they said, no, you're wrong. We actually want this in the program. It keeps us accountable, gives us a reminder. So they have their little tick boxes on the fridge of the thing. Okay, so a couple of guys from the 28-day program.
Let that get the initial leakage when you'd be shoveling or doing anything strenuous whatsoever. Through this program, there's a different series of Kegels and different exercises, and they're lasting for me about 15 minutes and doing it 3 times a day. And I would say during this past month, I'm about 90% drier.
The surgery had a profound effect on me. And the loss of sexual function had a profound effect on me. So when I started this program, I was struggling, and this program was a way for me to turn it around.
Programs help me to be motivated in terms of my physical fitness. And so yeah, I'm way less now than I did a decade ago. And when I got my diagnosis initially, it's kind of like a lonely thing. You very much feel that, and how am I going to handle this? How are my wife and I going to handle this? And then to be able to come into a group where there's other people and connect with some other men who've been going through it, who are down the road in terms of treatment. I'm still in the midst of my treatment, but to work with some other men who've had it already, it's been very helpful.
Yeah, so that's Ross. He actually now leads the Halifax support group. Him and his wife joined us when we went to New Zealand to open the program there. Okay, I want to share just a little bit of the science of the program. So this is a trial in which we had 128 men scheduled for either surgery or curative radiotherapy with or without hormone treatments. And they had the opportunity, had a 50% chance of doing the usual care, just the standard and usual stuff, or the usual care plus the program. And then after 6 months, the guys that didn't have the program got the program for 6 months. And essentially, we looked at, this is mental distress, so anxiety and depression. You can see at the start, the curves are essentially identical. The guys are suffering some mental distress. If they didn't get the program, the line in red, the distress levels got worse, which makes sense. They just went through surgery. They have all these surgery and radiation, have all these side effects. If the guys did a program, they actually felt better, and there was real difference, real meaningful difference if they actually did 6 months of the program. Here's the urinary leakage. I don't want to steal Carson's talk, but essentially if you do your Kegels prior to your operation, especially your operation, then you get drier faster. So there's still expected urinary leakage when the catheter comes out at day 14, but things kind of heal together faster and get the continence rates are better more quickly. Here's just a graph to show that our guys, the solid graph is the guys in the program, they lost 3.5 kilograms of weight during that first 6 months. And I would argue they probably gained muscle, so they actually lost more adipose than 3.5 kilograms. And if the guys started the program at the 6 month point in the dotted line, they lost about 2 kilograms of weight. We now have about 700 men internationally. We have a site here as well, thanks Kunal and team, pitching the PCPEP program to them. And it's actually available international. We actually have somebody from Manitoba now. So every province is represented pitching the program everywhere. And internationally, we opened it first in New Zealand. We now have site leads in South Africa. And Belgium won a major grant to convert the program into Dutch. And then we have a Romanian program there as well. So we continue. This program will be open for another probably 3 years. So it's going to be a freebie for everybody for 3 years. So how are you doing? I ask you all these questions. Kishore, did you do well? Or were you like, yeah, so? Okay, yeah, that's good. Everybody, I want you to count up your points. Give yourself a score out of 6. Fingers and toes. Okay, do you have your score out of 6? Yeah, pretty close. So my wife is a brilliant statistician. We've been doing this particular survey on thousands of patients. She also is able to measure personality types at the same time, and then there's kind of association between how you score and personality types. So I've been able to interpret this. So depending on your score, I can tell you about you. So first of all, if you're 6, you're a pathological liar. Number 5, not so strong in the math skills. Number 4, that's actually pretty amazing. Like if you got 4, I'm hats off to you. Number 3, the PEP program can really help you, right? We can actually change your so on. I like the honesty. I like the openness. Welcome to the team. 0, go straight home. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. I guess I'll stop there. Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Rob Rutledge, fantastic. Thank you. I want to remind everyone, because I know that you have some questions, so at the end, at the panel discussion, Rob will be up here with the rest of the experts. Please jot down your questions, and then we'll collect them in the basket here. Rob, I want to impress you with something, because we're about to have a stretching break. Oh, yeah. Good for us. And so it is time for a stretching break. I certainly recognize that some people, after the stretching break, which will be 5 minutes, we're going to go straight ahead with our next presenter. So some people may say, I'm going to go and stretch my legs with a walk out into the foyer and go to the bathroom. Totally fine, then join us when you're ready. But for everybody else, we're going to have a stretch break. And I want to invite Shannon Doyle-Kenny from the First Step program to the podium. The First Step is a partnership program between the City of Saskatoon, Recreational and Community Development, Department and the Saskatchewan Health Authority Chronic Disease Management. The program's aim is to provide high-quality prevention and rehabilitation program to people with health concerns within and around Saskatoon. So I would like to invite Shannon to the podium again. Thank you for coming back to join us. And what have you got for us this year? I'm going to slip my jacket off and join you.
That's okay. This will be good. I just have to move it down because I'm way down here. All right. Well, he actually got us up quite a bit, so that was really good. And he got us moving our big muscle groups with squats and stuff like that. I want to know if you still have a napkin. So if you still have a napkin, I want you to actually stand. You can stand if you don't have a napkin too, okay? So I want to show you just some really basic. So while I'm chatting, you do want to get moving. So you're going to like just rocking your feet, okay? So then you're not just standing listening to me yap. So with just a napkin, say you're watching your favorite show, right? You could have something as simple as this. You don't need fancy weights. You don't need fancy, even a band or anything. But if you took a napkin or even an old sheet or something, actually I've used sheets, they're really good. And you just practice grabbing. And you grab, and then you let it flip over. Okay, and then you grab a little faster. And you grab a little faster. Okay, it feels really weird. If you've ever tried to play piano, how many of you were talking about, oh, my mom made me play piano when I was young, and now I regret it, and da-da-da. Okay, well, remember how it felt when you tried to move faster? That's kind of what our reaction time is like. So just like playing piano, when we're trying to go faster, you don't have any control. So if we practice just grabbing, we can increase our reaction time because that decreases. As we get older, we play less, that kind of thing. So a simple thing like that. Or maybe you just throw it up and grab it. Okay, then you're not going to break anything. Don't hit your friends around you. Okay? Or maybe use it to stretch a bit. Oh, lift up top and reach to one side. And reach to the other side. So just using simple little things like this. Okay, maybe stretching back a little bit. Or can you even reach it behind you? Okay, typically we're supposed to be able to touch our fingers together. Yeah, I don't have great shoulder range of motion either, so I would be on that not good list. So we should be within a hand width away from each other, from your hands when you do that. But just using a simple thing like this, or you roll it up and you squeeze as hard as you can, and then you squeeze as hard as you can. Isometric type of things, basic things, okay? So those are just little napkin things. I want you to go up and down on your toes, heels up, using those calves. Stretch one more time up. And that was really good when he got you to breathe. So think of taking a deep breath in and out. And one more time, breathe in and out. Now, I'm only supposed to be up here for a short time, so I'm going to leave. But I want you to think of those things when you're doing your favorite thing, like watching your favorite show. That's when you want to sneak in some exercise. Not additional, because that just never happens. So combine it with something that you do every day, and then you'll do it. And you talked about the socializing effect. The First Step program, people come because they get to know other people, or they're walking the track and they happen to be the same speed as the next person, and you get chatting. And the social aspect of doing a group exercise program is tremendous. Anyway, have a good rest of the day, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, again for joining us. Shannon has a display at the back. So if you want to find out more about the First Step program, how you can get involved, please visit her. So we are going to, sorry? She's got a draw as well. Wow. Folks, we are carrying on with our program, so could you please take your seats again? And we're going to carry on. I am particularly grateful for Shannon getting us to do the shoulder stretching because Rob Rutledge is a great speaker, and I'm going to give myself a pat on the back for, for recruiting him. But then with the other hand, I'm going to give myself a pat on the other shoulder for recruiting our second speaker. And so, folks, if you are having a conversation, can you please end the conversation and please take your seats? We're going to go ahead with the program. It's a pleasure to introduce our second speaker. And our second speaker is Dr. Garson Chan. I'm just going to give a moment for the conversations to settle. Thank you. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Garson Chan, who's a urologist and associate professor at the University of Saskatchewan. He specializes in reconstructive and functional urology. He completed his medical training in Saskatchewan, followed by a urology residency at Western University, London, Ontario, and then advanced fellowship training in reconstruction at the University of Melbourne in Australia. For me, it's a particular pleasure to be one of Dr. Chan's colleagues, and I am grateful for the chance to work with him regularly and to learn from him every day. Garson's talk is entitled Incontinence After Prostate Cancer Surgery, and please welcome Dr. Garson Chan. He's a very quiet walker.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Only disappointment can follow after that generous introduction. Contrary to what Kishore said, you may want to turn on your phones because there will be some interactive slides to participate with. I don't mind the interruption. And I'm not going to pick on you, Kishore, but thank you for sitting in the front. That's why I always avoid the front. This is a very exciting and very privileged moment for me to be invited to this amazing event today that has been organized. Everyone has been creating such an atmosphere. And just to add on the theme of what Dr. Rutledge was saying, this is especially exciting to continue to talk about cancer survivorship and living with prostate cancer, something I'm very excited to talk about. And I hope you can hear me okay. If not, just let me know. So I think it's very important. I don't have any financial interest in anything that I'm talking about, so I have no disclosures about any of the products, anything that I'm talking about today. I think it's important to, when we talk about prostate cancer specifically in general, this is a very nice quote by a urologist that said, "Is cure possible in those whom it is necessary, and is cure necessary in those for whom it is possible?" And I think that's especially poignant because a lot of the treatments, as you've heard, have a lot of side effects. And so this is one of the first interactive slides, so if we can switch to the other polling, and you can just scan that QR code and let me know how many people here have had experience with incontinence or know someone who has. And I'm not sure in the back, maybe you have to hit present. Perfect, then it's live. So I'll give a couple moments for people to respond, get that QR code. And I know people don't have any interactive exercises, so this is as exciting as it'll be. And this is actually a trick question, because if you may not remember, but we were all infants, so we're all incontinent at one point, so everyone should say yes. So, okay, next slide. So the next question is, how many people feel that they've been given enough information on managing urinary incontinence? That's a big flip, and that's great. That's why we're here. So I'm glad that I'm able to maybe add a bit of awareness and knowledge about that. Perfect. So you guys can keep answering as we flip through the slide. So we'll go back to the slide again, slideshow. So I want to start always with a case just to kind of keep things in mind. So similar to Calvin's story, this is another real patient, name has been changed. So Fred is 67. He had a robot-assisted laparoscopic prostatectomy, which we have here in Saskatoon. We're privileged to have the robot. His main concern now is he's having a lot of leakage and he's wearing a lot of pads, at least 5 a day. In terms of his quality of life, he actually avoids going out quite often. It affects his mental health and his relationships. He has attempted some management with decreasing his fluids, conservative measurements, but he's not sure if he's doing that correctly. So if you, while we're talking through these slides, just keep Fred on the back of your mind and what type of role some of these treatments might have with him. Our goal today is to learn about the different types of incontinence. We're going to explore the workup for some of these patients with incontinence. And for myself, we're going to discuss more of the surgical treatment options available. And I'm glad to see some of the people in the booths there have pelvic floor physiotherapy and dietitian as well, which play an important role, as Dr. Rutledge was saying. And we know that people with prostate cancer are surviving with incontinence as a side effect. But it is treatable, and that's what we're going to talk about today. We know that Canadian men are living many years longer, and as they age, complications become more evident. We see this either with immediate surgical complications, or sometimes with radiation, it's delayed years after. And for some time, we've recognized that this is an issue with this cancer survivorship, and how can we improve the quality of life in patients with prostate cancer. So we can see that with any type of treatment for prostate cancer, either surgery or radiation, you can get a variety of complications. And this is because it affects those areas of the control valve around, which we'll go into a bit later. In surgery, it's usually more immediate because of the effects on the sphincter muscle and the control. In radiation, it may be a bit delayed, but the similar side effects can occur in both. And you can see, we often talk about the prostate being a walnut-shaped. And does this have a pointer? I'm not sure. But the prostate, you can see, is labeled in the middle there. Up above that is the bladder, so it sits right close to the bladder, and you can see it near the rectum. And that sphincter muscle, where that arrow is pointing to, is very close to the prostate. So any treatment that affects the prostate can interact and affect any of these structures around there. This is another view, a surgical view, from an MRI, and these underlying yellow images show you how close that NVB is, the neurovascular bundle. So that's the nerves that control the erectile function that surround the prostate, and then the levator ani. Those are the important muscles that help as well with Kegel exercises, sphincter, urinary control. And the prostate, that big black circle underneath, is very close by as well. And we know that the men that come forward that have incontinence, there are maybe twice, 3 times, 10 times more men that have incontinence at home that aren't discussing it with their care providers or their loved ones as well. And it's a pretty common effect that happens in any men that has prostate cancer and treatment. There's 2 different types of incontinence that we're going to talk about today. The most common one that we'll highlight is stress incontinence, and that's the leakage due to the weakness of the muscles. So that happens when you're more active, you're coughing, you're laughing, you're straining, and those muscles are too weak to control and keep the urine from leaking out. The other type of incontinence that may also occur is when your bladder just feels like it's too full and it leaks out because the bladder contracts or squeezes before you're able to get to the washroom. How I think of the bladder is there's 2 general functions of the bladder. One is to hold the urine so that you don't leak. The other is when you go to the bathroom, it's going to contract so it fully empties. We're going to talk more about the storage issues, so the storage of being able to hold urine without leakage. And when you think of it, at the base of it, there's 2 components that help the bladder hold enough urine and doesn't leak. One is the bladder needs to fill up big enough to hold a good volume of urine so you're not going all the time to the bathroom. And the other is the outlet. That's the muscles, the Kegels, the sphincters that help create a barrier, a dam, so that the urine doesn't come out. In stress incontinence, the issue is the outlet. So whether it's been injured with surgery, radiation, or a combination of the two, that muscle, that sphincter is too weak when you're active, coughing, that sort of thing. That pressure pushes on the bladder, and because the outlet muscles are too weak, it leaks out. In terms of urgency incontinence, it's the opposite. So your sphincter is nice and healthy, but the bladder itself is not able to hold enough, and it squeezes to overcome that strong outlet of the sphincter. So how we evaluate patients when they come to my clinic depends on, we have to figure out exactly what type of leakage and incontinence they have. Is it the stress incontinence? Is it the urgency overactivity? Or is it a combination of both? We want to look at the general health of the patient. Have they had radiation? Have they had surgery? What other medical issues do you have? How much are you actually leaking? Are you using 1 pad a day? Are you using 10 pads a day? What does the anatomy look like? And then also very important, this is how bothered are you or your family or your caregiver worried about this type of leakage that's happening? What are your goals? When you come and see us after we do an initial consultation, often we will do an inspection of the urinary channel. This is called a cystoscopy. So this makes sure we inspect the anatomy. We take a small camera with a telescope, goes up into the P channel to make sure that there's no abnormal anatomy, no abnormal blockage, there's nothing that we're missing. At the same time, we can assess the tone of the sphincter, the control, the strength of those Kegel muscles. Then we can fill up the bladder, get you to cough as well, and just to see how much leaks out. And additionally, we can also check on history or diary how many pad weights that you're using. So sometimes we might ask you to weigh how much fluid that you're losing in terms of your pads. And as a general rough estimate, we kind of use 200 to 300 grams as a cutoff. But a lot of this evaluation is very unclear. So I'm very thankful to be working with a collaboration with the Saskatoon Health Research Foundation and Saskatoon Polytechnic. And we're trying to look at how we can better predict what treatments will be better for patients with incontinence after prostate cancer surgery. This may be that era of artificial intelligence, machine learning that we may have to incorporate to better identify treatment and optimize our opinion for patients. So in terms of the treatments, it depends, again, on the type of incontinence that you have. I think the cornerstone of all treatment for incontinence is conservative therapy. And we have excellent pelvic physiotherapists in the city here. We have pelvic floor health in the back. I encourage you to go and chat with Juliet. So I think, as mentioned before, Kegel exercises are important, but I can't stress enough how important it is to have pelvic floor physiotherapy. And it's like, I kind of relate it to going to the gym. So I don't go to the gym very often, as you can tell. But if you do, you can go to the gym by yourself and you can make some gains. But if you go and you have a personal trainer and you have a coach and someone that's accountable, you're going to make that much better gains. So that's why I strongly recommend, even if you've done some Kegels at home or over the video, having a pelvic floor physiotherapist will give you that coaching, will ensure you're doing the right exercises, give you that feedback. So I think that's super important. Lifestyle changes, as Dr. Rutledge mentioned, diet, optimizing exercises, fluids, avoiding triggers, treating constipation. There's such an interplay between bowel care, constipation, and your bladder as well. Of course, stopping smoking, because that will exacerbate any type of healing, recovery process, and then other types of containments like pads that we talked about. So in terms of the two different types of incontinence, stress is the more common one that we usually see after prostate cancer surgery. But you can also have urgency incontinence. Stress is more related to some type of physical device or treatment that's aimed at increasing the strength of the muscles, whereas urgency incontinence is related to some medications to help relax the bladder so it can hold more urine and help you to have better control. This is a bit of an algorithm that we try to go through, and I know not everyone fits into an algorithm, but when someone has this type of treatment and I use radical prostatectomy as an example, we always try to have conservative measures first. So that would include those things we mentioned on the previous slide with pelvic floor physiotherapy, fluid optimization. And then after some time, we want to try to put them into the levels of severity of incontinence. And again, this is where having a better prediction model would help stratify what treatments might be best for some people. We'll kind of go through the different surgical management. The way I try to divvy this up is things that are outside the body, external devices you could try, versus internal devices. So internal devices, I did this quick Amazon searches. You could try pads, incontinence, and on Amazon, actually, there's over 100 different types of penile clamps that you can use. So these are external clamps that you put as a barrier when you, could be socially, could be all the time, depending on which situation you're in, that you could actually just put on the outside to help contain the urine from leakage. There's also condom drainage devices, or any combination of those two, and these are slightly less invasive than the invasive internal treatments that we'll talk about a bit later. So the internal devices, they're slightly invasive, and we'll talk in terms of less to more invasive. Could be things that we insert into the actual urethra. Could be long-term catheters to actually collect the urine before it drains out. Urinary slings, or internal surgical clamps. So internal catheters, some of you may be aware of these. These are catheters that go into the bladder, that stay in the bladder all the time, and that helps drain, connect it to a urinary bag so that you don't have this leakage into pads. And some people, this may be an option for them if they don't want to have a major operation. They've tried all those conservative treatments and it hasn't worked. This is a newer device. It's called the Contino. It's patented, made in Canada and BC. And it's a plug. So what it is, it's an insert into the urethra, minimally invasive, that sits in and blocks the flow of urine. And when you want to go pee, you take it out again. So this is a nice video, and I have some videos in here so I don't have to talk as much.
And rinse it under lukewarm water and reinsert it into the urethra easily, or store it for later use.
While there are many treatment options available for male urinary incontinence, such as behavioral strategies or reduction of bladder irritants, treating constipation, many men resort to diapers, which is very undignified and it makes men feel much older. There are surgical options as well, but now we have a new novel device that is safe and effective for men, the Contino. And it is something that a man wears every single day, and it will actually help to stop those bladder leaks. It gets men back to living their life again.
I would encourage men who might be looking at the possibility of having freedom from pads for leaking to look carefully at using Contino and making up their mind they're going to make it work, because it does work.
To learn how men are getting back to life with Contino, visit mycontino.com.
So after those slightly less invasive options, we go to our surgical options. So these are things we have to do in the operating room. So these are people that have tried or have not had any success with those conservative options. The urethral sling is a mesh sling that we put in, similar to actually a sling that is used in women for stress urinary incontinence. And it helps to support the urethra channel by adding a bit of extra buttress and support in that area to lift things up and help with that control.
The advanced male sling, in my mind, has been a revolution in the way we treat patients with more mild to moderate incontinence. What the sling is a polypropylene mesh material which restores support to the proximal urethra, where the prostate used to be. This allows patients with leakage when they cough or sneeze, lift, run, or exercise to become dry. And the great part about it is that it works instantaneously. Once the sling is in, you should basically be dry or 95% improved the next day. The sling itself is composed of a polypropylene mesh material This material has been around for many, many years. It is inert and totally safe. Most men have little to no pain after their procedure and can get about their daily activities and return to work within 1 week. The way the advanced sling works is by supporting the proximal urethra. Once the prostate has been removed, the internal sphincter has been eliminated. You are totally dependent upon your external sphincter. In some patients, this can't compensate well enough, in which case the sling works by going under the urethra, lifting it and supporting it, so that during periods of stress, such as coughing or sneezing, the urethra is coapted or closed. This sling works very well for patients with what we call mild or moderate incontinence. The way the surgery is performed is you'll come into the hospital for a day surgery. We do the surgery usually in an hour or less under general anesthesia. The sling is composed of a very safe polypropylene mesh material. It's a woven mesh material that gets incorporated into the body. It's completely inert, it's non-cancer causing, and what's nice about it is that once it sits there, your body will grow into it and incorporate it to keep it in place. The way we place this is by 3 small incisions, 2 incisions in the crease of the groin, and 1 incision in what's called the perineum, which is the area underneath the testicles. The mesh is positioned underneath and then tensioned by pulling through these small incisions to lift and support the urethra. The nice part about the male sling is that it works immediately. Once the male sling is placed, you should be dry from that day forward.
So slings have a variable success. As he mentioned, it's for those with mild to moderate incontinence. And roughly, we would say it probably helps about 60 to 70% of men get reasonably dry. So those are with 1 or 2 pads when we mean mild to moderate incontinence. And what it does, it helps combine with a working sphincter to help augment that incontinence. The issue with people that have had radiation or a very weak sphincter is that the mesh itself can't do all the work. So if the tissue there is not very healthy or it's not a very strong tissue, then the actual sling itself may not be as effective as in someone that hasn't had radiated tissue or a very strong working sphincter. Some of the side effects is due to the mesh. Some people get a bit of some numbness or tingling in that area. Chronic pain is uncommon, but could be possible. Same thing with women that might have mesh for their stress urinary incontinence as well. And then we always worry if we put in the sling, if it's too tight, then they might have difficulty peeing. That's also fairly rare as well. Previously, before we had slings, the gold standard was this artificial urinary sphincter. So it's very similar to that external clamp, except we make a clamp on the inside that you operate, and it works extremely well. So over 90% of people that have this have very good continence rates. And the main drawback is you have to be able to use it, have good hand dexterity to actually pump the button, which will show you how it works in a second. Because we are implanting this device, there's a bit more hardware that goes in. There's a higher risk of infection. The device itself may stop working as a mechanical failure, so that may need to be replaced with time. And then just because there's constant pressure with the clamp on all the time, some people as people are living older and having more time with these devices, they may get some atrophy and they may get some leakage as well, where we might have to change the device as well. The important thing with this is once it's in, this clamp is active all the time. So if you come into the hospital for another reason or for an emergency procedure and they need to put a catheter in, it's important for other people, other medical providers, to know that you have this in place so that they don't try putting in a catheter without calling urology, or else they're going to have a very difficult time putting in that catheter because the access is closed. And for that reason, we usually recommend some type of medical alert bracelet in case you can't communicate if you're going into the hospital. Oh, can we go back there and take a look at this video?
Improvement. When it's time to urinate, you'll get the normal sensation. You'll reach down into the scrotum, give this pump 1 or 2 squeezes. When you squeeze the pump, the fluid is drawn out of the cuff and is pushed back into the balloon. When the fluid is out of the cuff, the sphincter opens. You urinate normally. After 2 minutes, the balloon will push fluid back through the pump and into the cuff, closing the sphincter again, giving you back your control. So essentially, you only squeeze the pump when you want to urinate. It's a semi-automatic device, which will basically restore your quality of life and get you back to doing everything you want to do.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So we're back to where we are with this little flow chart here. So again, after treatment with your prostate cancer, you can try conservative therapies, and then depending on how severe your incontinence is, then some of these other treatments may be more appealing to you to help get you a bit more quality of control with your incontinence. Overall, with these treatments, success is very high. Again, that depends on how we define success. So if we define success as less than 1 or 2 pads a day, then improvement is over 70%. The issue is, as we talked about, as men are living older, some other things might affect their continence as well. So I think we have to really define what our goals are when we're thinking about some of these treatments. Just to reiterate what we spoke about in the beginning and the theme of today from Dr. Rutledge's talk, how we can maximize outcome. So a lot of prehabilitation once you're diagnosed with prostate cancer, before you're having treatment, eating a good diet, good exercise, maximizing any medical conditions that you have, stopping smoking, optimizing your weight. If you're diabetic, making sure that you can get your diabetes as good and your sugars as good a control as you can. And then any other medical conditions that you have as well, because everything in terms of your overall health will affect your recovery and treatment progress. So overall, the quality of life, when I try to meet with people, I really want to define what kind of life do they want to have in terms of their overall vision. Because only you can define this, and that will help define what type of treatment we decide for yourself. What do you want to do? What type of things are you impaired from doing because of your current condition? So going back to Fred, if we recall, he recently had his prostate removed with prostatectomy. He's leaking quite a bit. He's avoiding a lot of social outings. It's affecting his mental health. He's tried some conservative managements. So what would you recommend to Fred? Some people have already jumped ahead and answered already, which is great. And I love that there's a mix of answers, because that's how variable you all are and as human beings, that everyone's choices will be different. There's not one right answer about what to do, how to approach things. So let's go to our next slide, next question. So what would you do if you were Fred? So this is a case of do what I say, not what I do. And to me, I always find it interesting, because when the slide is up, there's always a variable of answers between what people would choose when they're asking versus what they'll do for themselves. And that's the difficulty we have as clinicians, is sometimes when we're asked, what would you do if we were in your position? And it's hard, because we haven't had your lived experience about what your goals are. We've only met for maybe less than half an hour, had a discussion. And so I think it's important to come to these talks and have some of this information available as well. Let's go back to our presentation. So Fred was actually referred again to physiotherapy. He did try a penile clamp, but due to the leakage and the clamp itself, he had a lot of skin breakdown and irritation, and he didn't like that at all. So we brought him in, we did that camera test, the cystoscopy. That was all normal, there's nothing abnormal there. After physiotherapy, he actually improved quite a bit, but still leaking a little bit, and he did decide to go on to have an artificial sphincter. That was placed recently. He's down to 1 pad a day when he's really strenuous, and he's happy. So his goal is to go back outside and see his friends, and he's currently doing that. This is another patient, Glenn, 72, fake name. He had radiation years ago for prostate cancer. He now comes to my clinic, and he has worsening leakage with urgency and mild leakage with activities and working out. So here's a test, see if you're listening. What type of leakage does Glenn have? Is it stress incontinence, urgency incontinence, or both stress and urgency incontinence. And I'm glad people are paying attention. He does have a mix of both because he does have leakage when he's more active, but he also has that urgency. So when he feels full, he has to go right away. That's the bladder he's feeling squeezing. And sometimes we see that more often in people that have had radiation due to some irritation of those tissues in that area. So thanks for that. I think that's the last question I have. So in Glenn's case, we also referred him to physiotherapy. We started at the same time some medications for his overactivity, which helped immensely for his symptoms. He still has some occasional leakage, mainly with some stress incontinence. We did do a cystoscopy. There's nothing really abnormal in the bladder. And he did try that new urethral insert, which he's trialing to see if he'll continue with that or not. The key take home today is that incontinence is very common, but treatable. There are a long range of treatment options, and that can be from conservative all the way to surgical intervention. And the key to decide how we choose is our discussion together, what type of goals that you want. And so I think that this is time for questions. There'll be some forms that you can write for the panel, and we'll discuss that a bit later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Garson. So as Garson mentioned, if you have questions about something from his presentation, please fill out one of the forms, little note cards, pieces of paper on your desk, and then there's a basket sitting up next to the podium. So thank you very much for that to both of our speakers. We're going to take a break now. Thank you to the speakers for respecting our time. In your agenda, it says that the panel discussion starts at 3. We're going to have the panel discussion start earlier than that because we are a little bit ahead of our program now. So I just want to check with Anne-Marie. Am I doing the math right that we can start at 10 to 3? Great. So we're going to take a break. Give me a second here. There are beverages set up in the foyer. Thank you again to our sponsors who sponsored the beverages. Over the break, please take the opportunity. I invite you to jot down any questions, bring them up to the basket next to me, but also take the time to visit our exhibitors. Visit them, say hello, get your name in for their draw prizes, and then please rejoin us in this room at 2:45 to start our panel discussion. So have a great break. Folks, we're going to start the panel in 5 minutes, so you still got time to refresh your drinks, make that last stop at the bathroom, finish those conversations. So in 5 minutes, we'll start the panel discussion.
Good questions.
Welcome. Actually, yeah. So there's a fairly thick stack for Dr. Chan here. But just for a heads up, there's some questions about when do we start advising men about getting PSA screening, and that's kind of your wheelhouse. So I know that's something you'll be able to talk about. I'm also interested in, we're hearing all this stuff about diet and such, but it really comes down to what happens at the primary care level, and it's what do you have time for, and in the that long tick list of things you have. So kind of interested to hear about that.
There.
All right. Great.
Sit on the mat.
Folks, I want to invite the panel members to join me up here, please. And I see people have found their seats, so we're going to get started with the panel discussion. Wherever you're comfortable, Rob. Yeah, that's a great spot. Where's the baby? Oh, there's the baby.
Dad has the baby for
Dad
the
has the
Q&A
baby.
session. Thanks so much for the great presentation.
Sure, thank you.
The one that remains.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We're going to start the panel discussion. And you know, from the very beginning of this symposium in 2013, this panel discussion struck a chord with the audience. The ability to ask some questions, get some discussion from the panelists and also some local experts. And so at the tables, there's index cards, there's pieces of paper. Maybe some questions will arise during the panel discussion, and so I invite you to jot those down, and I still have a basket up at the side here, your right side as you're looking at me, and please feel free to bring those questions up during the discussion. And so I want to introduce you to the panel. I'd like to introduce on your far left side, my far right side, Dr. Mark Henbid. Mark is a family physician who has a particular interest in men's health, and we have developed real collaboration between the Saskatoon Urology Associates and Mark Henbid, and so he has really become an integral part of our group in the care that we've been able to offer, and he brings that broad family medicine perspective to our panel discussion today. You've met Dr. Garson Chan, one of my partners, and he's already spoken to us today about urine control, incontinence related to prostate cancer. A particular pleasure to introduce to you Cherith McGregor. Cherith is a registered dietitian at the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, and when we were planning this discussion, we realized that that's a piece of the discussion that very often comes up in some presentations, and there's very often questions that we're not always prepared to answer. So, Cherith, thank you for joining us today, and thank you for the discussion in anticipation that you and I have had in anticipation of this panel discussion. I want to carry on to my left, your right, and introduce you to Dr. Kate Johnson. Dr. Johnson is a radiation oncologist in Saskatoon, and so we have 2 radiation oncologists. Is that overkill? We didn't think so, because we wanted to make sure that we weren't asking Dr. Rutledge to answer any local questions, because there are differences in what can be offered locally or some of the practices or suggestions, and so we wanted to make sure that we had one of our local experts available for your questions. And then you've already had the pleasure of meeting and hearing from Dr. Rob Rutledge, our invited speaker today, talking about living your best life with prostate cancer, just living your best life. So with that, thank you for the questions, and there are quite a number, and thank you. I'm going to start, and you know, I think this is going to be a question for 2 people, and anyone else could jump in. I think it's going to be a question for Rob and Cherith, but it came out of some of the comments that you made, Rob, and you said, no store-bought bread. If I don't make bread, but enjoy it sometimes, what should I buy and where? So you said what not to, but what can we?
So I don't know what's available within Saskatoon, but oftentimes the sourdoughs are made with fewer of these kind of chemicals. And also I would just say, if you can find the stores and talk with the baker, like what are you putting in your breads? And then if they can reassure you that it's kind of healthy ingredients, then support them so that we're not supporting the unhealthy makers of bread.
Right. And from the dietitian perspective, so we tend to really focus on overall well-being, and sometimes added stress, which comes from worrying about our food, is not necessarily helpful either. So to reassure people that there is not direct harm from eating some store-bought bread, you're not causing yourself immediate injury from that. All foods can fit into a healthy, balanced diet. And one of the things that you can do is like, yeah, look at the label so that you know what you're getting. Maybe if you're looking for something that has a bit more fiber in it, or look at the ingredient list and, get a sense of like kind of how well this fits into your individualized eating goals. But also things like price and availability are absolutely a factor. And so sometimes I miss McGavin's bread, where I could buy bread for $1 back in the good old days. Sometimes something that's, convenient and available and affordable is also a realistic fit for your life. And there's other ways that maybe are more accessible ways to focus on your health than worrying about my access to bread this is what I have availability for, but I can go for a 10-minute walk, and that's something that's a more realistic goal for me. So there's certainly some optimalists, like good, better, best. There's like in an ideal world what we'd like to do, and then there's the realistic world of where we're at. And don't feel bad if store-bought bread is on your grocery list, because it's on mine quite often as well.
So with that in mind, and I want to continue along that line, Cherith, because you've kind of anticipated this next question, and maybe for you too, Rob. I can't afford fresh or whole foods. What should I eat? That's a real practical consideration.
Absolutely. So one of the things I'm so thankful for is the abundance of frozen vegetables, for example, that are now available. They're really high quality. They tend to be picked when they're peak freshness and frozen quite quickly afterwards. So frozen is a great option. If you have availability for a garden, that's amazing. There's a good food box program in Saskatoon that is a wonderful way to get access to lovely fresh vegetables. There's often your local grocery store sometimes will have really good sales on, which is helpful. We have things that come in seasons. So right now, apples, not bad price, about 99 cents a pound if you catch them on sale. And there's no need to go for the exotic, exciting, like, you might read a study like, oh, pomegranate's really potentially interesting with prostate cancer. Yeah, maybe, but also tomatoes are fabulous. And there's probably some people who had a really abundant tomato crop this year, and they're delighted to share their tomatoes with you. So just because something is good, it doesn't mean that something else isn't good as well. So frozen is great. Heck, salsa is a source of vegetables. It doesn't have to be all one way for it to be beneficial.
Thank you.
Keisha, let me just add a quick one as well. So I totally agree. So you have an expert here, so I trust the expert. I'd also say there are some very healthy and relatively low-priced foods like lentils and beans, for instance. And if you find the recipes that you really like, those are super healthy in terms of fiber, protein, complex carbs, et cetera, et cetera. So there are ways to eat in a super healthy way that don't have to be super expensive.
Lentils.ca for recipe ideas.
Thank you. I want to ask Dr. Chan a couple of questions here. The first one is very specific and very practical, and I'm going to read between the lines here. So this is someone who's on the waiting list. You talked about artificial urinary sphincter, a surgery to help with urine control. How many months is the wait time to get that surgery done? And I think reading between the lines there, of course, is what you addressed, which is the distress that men are in when they're having leakage, withdrawing from social activities, embarrassment. So what's the wait time? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is only an estimation, not an accurate depiction. It could be anywhere from 6 months, 12 months, a bit longer. And we have changed a lot of things since we started because of COVID. So during COVID, we had to put a lot of these surgeries on hold because they were elective, non-cancer surgeries. But I would argue that this is probably part of the cancer survivorship spectrum. So it should be treated and as emergent as cancer surgery. But unfortunately, due to the capacity and just operating room, what we have done, though, is we've changed from having these as people that stay in the hospital that would take up a bed. We've changed it to where they're day surgery. So that has expedited some of the wait list, but it can still be fairly long. So in short, at least 6 months, could be a bit longer. And with some of the patients that are waiting and trying to get some of their social control back, we do try a hybrid of some of the other treatments or external devices, internal devices, as a bridge to try to see if we can get them maybe a bit more help while they're waiting. But it is a distress, and unfortunately, it's something that we have to work on. It's a good question.
Thank you. Another question for you, Garson. Is it possible to go from a catheter to a Contino plug? And the person has put some of their information on here, a 92-year-old man whose bladder is not functioning. Can you go from a catheter to a Contino plug?
Yeah, that's another good question. So I think if the catheter was for incontinence, that stress incontinence, then Contino is an option, just like any of those other treatments as well. And 92, I never want to be ageist. So we've done surgeries on very old people, very young people. I don't think age should be a number. If you are having a lot of issues, certainly we can reevaluate and see what options you have. So I wouldn't say that that would be your only option. It could be one of other options that you could consider as well.
Thank you. I want to address the next question to Mark Henbid to get a broader perspective. So we're thinking a lot about really specialist care, but everybody starts off with a generalist care and ideally with their family physician. As we promote PSA checks for friends and family, so we've heard that message from Motorcycle Ride for Dad, at what age should we start the conversation and suggest the check? So what's happening in the family medicine community? What type of advice are we giving to men?
So PSA screening is something that's a little bit controversial in family medicine at the moment. But in general, if you were to follow the more Urological Association guidelines, it would be very reasonable to start having a discussion with your family doctor once you're into your early 40s about whether or not you need any earlier screening. Typically, an earlier screening would be around 45 if you have a good number of risk factors. Otherwise, you're probably looking more at like 50. But it is something that does need to be more individualized rather than just saying every single man everywhere should have PSA screening, because there are some potentials for some harms. And so it is something that you need to have a discussion with your doctor about. And some men may choose to have that screening a little earlier. Some men may choose to forego it entirely. It's no longer recommended to just be an absolute blanket thing. And personally, my practice with that is whenever I'm bringing in my patients for their preventative health screenings, it's something that we have a discussion about because there can be harms to it. Now, maybe those harms are going to be less in the future as we're getting into less invasive ways of being able to kind of confirm those diagnoses. Things like the transperineal biopsies are, looking like they're going to significantly reduce the sepsis risk and things like that with a biopsy. So perhaps screening is going to become a more recommended thing in the future, but it's still something that, it's hard to give a blanket statement for, but I would recommend tell your friends and family that they should talk about it with their doctor once they're in their 40s. And it may be that they can wait some time, or it may be that they're going to be starting sometime in their 40s.
Thanks. And so the audience that you're addressing today is a pretty motivated audience. And so you said you may start having the conversation around age 40, so children, maybe grandchildren. What are some of the risk factors that would make you start testing earlier, like in their 40s?
I mean, the biggest one is probably going to be if you're in this room. If you have a family member, especially a first-degree family member who had a prostate cancer, especially if it was earlier, then that's going to be a big risk factor for your family members as well. So if you're in this room and you had prostate cancer, you should have a good discussion with your kids, with your grandkids, that when it is appropriate, they should be talking to their doctors too.
Thank you. A question for Dr. Johnson. And before I give you this question, it's just burning at me as a grandpa. I just have to know a little bit more about the baby that you brought with you today. Just tell us about it. And don't worry, I'm not excluding anyone else. If any of the other panelist members brought a super cute little baby with them, we'll hear about him for sure. Just tell me about who you brought with you today.
There we go. Thanks so much. Yes, I brought a special guest with me. It's an 8-week-old little boy named Cove.
Beautiful. Thank you for coming, and thank you for bringing him. He was a delight to meet. So, Dr. Johnson, someone wants to know about when certain treatments might be available for Saskatoon patients, and there's two that they're interested in: space or hydrogel. Okay, good, because I'm not familiar with it. And a high-dose brachytherapy in Saskatoon. So this is the reason why you're here, because Rob won't know our local situation there. So can you tell us about space or hydrogel and getting high-dose brachytherapy? Maybe talk a little bit about it. When will we get it in Saskatoon?
Both excellent and very timely questions, so thanks for bringing those forward. And they both are actually similar in our access to them. So just for a bit of background and context, space or hydrogel is a liquid that's inserted into the body between the prostate, and I don't think of a prostate diagram, but between the prostate and the rectum. Those organs are very close, sometimes within millimeters or even touching on scans. So if we can make an extra space between those, we have more room to make sure the radiation beams are not encroaching upon the organs nearby, or in this case, the rectum. So a very appealing therapy that can be used for radiation therapy procedures, or put into the body before radiation, so that the radiation beams can be aimed away from the prostate, aimed away from the rectum, therefore limiting the toxicity or the side effects to the prostate. This is being done in Regina, in Saskatchewan currently, and if there are patients that require it from Saskatoon, we would have the conversation with sending them to Regina to get it. So when will it be available in Saskatoon? It is in the works, and we actually have a physician, a fellow radiation oncologist here, who is doing the procedures in Regina, and is working very hard to start doing them here as well, along with a number of other people who are very interested in having it available to people who would require it. Now, there is a slight, the people who would benefit most from it, there would be a criteria for those who we would have it available to first, people whose bowels are exquisitely sensitive to radiation. For example, if you have inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's or colitis, we would really want to make sure that we're sparing or avoiding the rectum when delivering radiation to the prostate. There are some other type of procedures or radiation like SBRT, which is a very high dose radiation, where we might want to spare that rectum or move it farther away from the prostate as well. Now, in Regina, they're also doing what's called high-dose rate brachytherapy. So for context on this is done in combination with external beam. So for somebody who's having curative radiation treatment using usually ADT and radiation, we can combine the external radiation, which is from the machine that looks a bit like a CT scan, with an internal radiation source called brachytherapy. And that can help give a very high dose of radiation from inserting the radiation into the prostate in combination with the external radiation to get more dose and a higher level of biochemical control, or essentially just treating it more effectively by doing the combination. That also is being done in Regina currently, so patients from Saskatoon who would benefit from this are going down to Regina, an extra travel, an extra trip, extra resources. And so ideally we'll have that available in Saskatoon, and the similar resources that we need in Saskatoon that available are also the resources that we need for hydrogel or spacer. So both of those are kind of a package deal, and when we'll have them available, likely around the same time. Since the HDR or high dose rate brachytherapy does have an advantage in outcomes. That is a bit of the priority, and then having the hydrogel spacer, once that's implemented, will follow suit quite closely. But excellent question, and two very important modalities of treatment and improving and optimizing our treatment that we're looking at having right here in Saskatoon. Currently, Saskatchewan does have it available, but having less travel for our patients, I think, is very important too. Are you using the spacer routinely?
Yes, so we're not using spacer routinely, but we have an excellent high-dose rate brachytherapy program.
Great, thank you. I want to start this next question with Cherith, and maybe Rob will have some comments as well. And this is a question that comes up for me in my practice, and that is, men will either ask about or they'll report gaining weight during their treatment. Very often they'll relate it to the ADT, or androgen deprivation therapy, or hormone treatment, and they want to know how they can avoid weight gain and why they're gaining weight. Do you have thoughts on that?
I have a lot of thoughts on that.
Okay.
For sure. So weight gain is absolutely a possible side effect of treatment, especially the ADT. You're not wrong, absolutely true. And it's a complex thing because weight isn't fully in our control for a lot of reasons. It happens, it changes, it's affected by a lot of things. And it can be really a source of stress for people. It's like, oh, my body is changing in yet another way that isn't fully in my control, and it can be really distressing. So one of the things that we try to suggest as dietitians is kind of reframing it a little bit, that rather than focusing on the number on the scale, which isn't always something we can fully influence, we can focus on those health behaviors that we know we have a bit more power over. So like we were talking about over the day, about moving a bit more, shifting our plate towards that more perfect plate that we see beautiful pictures of so often, where half of it's vegetables and a quarter of it's protein and a quarter of it's our whole grains. Moving, it's a dial. We're not all the way there. We're working towards it. And maybe focusing on getting better sleep, stress management, those types of things. We know for sure that those behaviors are really helpful, and whether or not we see that number on the scale shift, we do tend to see better health outcomes as a result, and so that's really exciting. You're more than a number, and so that number on the scale isn't the whole thing. And you, interestingly, while on treatment, your medical team might actually caution against active weight loss, because when we lose weight rapidly, we tend to lose a lot of lean tissue, especially muscle mass that we don't want to be losing. So sometimes weight loss happens with the result of those health behaviors, and sometimes it doesn't. And trying to accept that and actually working with a counselor sometimes can be really helpful as we struggle with those body image changes that come along with weight changes from treatment.
Thank you.
Keisha, you don't need me because the expert has spoken, but I do want to add my little plugs, which is I totally agree. Do not look at the number. You're not a number. Secondly, fitness trumps fatness, right? You want to be fit. Last, however you say it, is you can't exercise away a bad diet, right? So like ramping up your exercise size a lot is not going to burn that many calories compared with having a healthy diet. So anyways, just it is a hard problem, and I just hats off to the expert.
Thank you for that. Coming back to Garson Chan, now this is really specific, a question about Kegel exercises. You talked about them a fair bit. What kind of routine do you recommend to see positive results? And they're particularly wondering about number of reps, number of sets, times per week. What advice do you give? They're looking for something pretty specific here, I think.
Those are really great questions, and I think there's an excellent pelvic floor physiotherapist in the back that I would defer to. That's not my area of expertise, but I do refer routinely to pelvic floor physiotherapy, and I think that if you have time, I would stop by the booth and talk with Juliet about that. So I'll defer to her expertise.
Okay.
Sure, I can't stop talking, so thank you. I forgot in my presentation to describe our pelvic floor muscle training program. It's 8-minute, 9-minute videos 3 times a day. We spend the first 2 minutes relaxing because you want the muscles in your pelvis to totally relax in order for them to function better. If you wanted to exercise your bicep, you wouldn't walk around all day long with your arm flexed. You would actually allow that muscle to relax, and then you would put some stress on it. And then there are the long holds and the quick flicks. There's 2 different types of physiology within that. And then we finish off with a go before you blow, or blow before you go technique of anti-stress management, or anti-incontinence management. So 10 minutes, 3 times a day, and go see the expert, see the pelvic floor physiotherapist to get the specific training in addition to the reminders from our program. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. We flew you here to talk. You're welcome to talk. There's a question about incontinence, but the question is specifically not with prostate cancer. So this question is, are urethral slings or penile clamps used for incontinence due to benign prostate enlargement?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the incontinences I talked about, that stress, urgency incontinence, it happens commonly after prostate cancer, but it can happen after other things as well. So if you fall into that camp of having a weak sphincter, stress incontinence, then it could be part of that treatment as well.
Okay, thank you. And the same person who's asked a question has an interest in gut health. So maybe, Cherith, I'll put this out to you first. And it's a compound question. It's an interesting one. So are prostate cancer patients being encouraged to improve their gut health by consuming probiotic capsules, kefir, fermented foods, etc.? So I'm reading that as, do those things help with gut health? But there's something else hidden in there, and that is, how are we promoting this to prostate cancer patients?
Is incredibly interesting. Yeah. So one of the things I kept coming across in the research, which is so frustrating, is that everyone disagrees. So I haven't come across a lot of specific research on probiotics in prostate cancer treatment, but there is a lot of interest in gut health, like looking more of what affects what, and those probiotic foods are going to be safe to use and might be beneficial to use, whether or not you have prostate cancer. A happy, healthy gut is certainly a good thing to aim for. There is some caution against potentially using high-dose probiotic supplements on active treatment if your immune system is affected, because we haven't studied it. And it's really hard to get anyone interested in funding that type of research that I've been aware of. So probiotic foods, great. Probiotic supplements, question mark, maybe ask your healthcare team. But I'm not sure if there's directly a link between prostate cancer specifically and gut health, but overall health, certainly.
Okay. Now there is another question about gut health, but what is probiotic foods?
Yes. So when we talk about probiotics, there's kind of the different layers of meaning. So probiotics are the active bacterial cultures, happy, healthy, good, friendly bacteria that we want in our gut. And we want them to colonize there, we want them to live there. And one of the things that we do to foster an environment that they're happy to live in is with things like prebiotics, which are types of fiber, for example, that support the environment that the good bacteria like and the bad bacteria don't like as much. So that's another thing that kind of muddies the research, is that it's hard to take things in isolation. So we tend to find like, oh, people who eat probiotic foods like kefir and sauerkraut and things like that, oh, they seem to have a happy, healthy gut. Is that from the probiotic foods that they're eating? Are there other factors that are also at play? So probiotics are the living bugs, prebiotics are the fibers and things that promote the environment for them to live in, and they are friends that work together for our health.
Okay. So while we're, sorry, go ahead. Again, we flew you here, buddy.
Yeah, so I just want to keep on going because it is like a 15-minute talk by itself, right? So there's 100 trillion bacteria in your gut. They are extremely important to your health. You want to be friends with them and you want to really take care of them. And I'm totally agreeing with everything you're saying again. You want to feed them the fiber and the foods that they can actually grow on. So those are the prebiotics. Now, it's also good to ingest other bacteria. And that's the kind of kefir and these sauerkraut and these type of foods that already have bacteria in them. So, however, the last couple cautionary notes. I don't like the idea of taking supplements that have bacteria in them. And the reason being is even the best supplements only have maybe 20, 30, 40 species of bacteria. You have more than 1,000 species of good bacteria within your gut. You want to keep that as diverse as possible. So not kind of overloading the system with the same type of bacteria by taking a supplemental probiotic. Let nature take care of itself by kind of giving the good bacteria as much of the fiber and the nutrients that it can grow on. The last thing I would take away for you guys all to take away this week is 30 different types of plants or vegetables per week. Who eats more than 30 types of plants or vegetables, plant-based foods? It's not very many people, right? I mean, heck, in my smoothie in the morning, I'm eating probably 15 different types of plants and vegetables. So diversity is very important as well. And the expert could also talk 5 more minutes on what I just said. So thanks.
Thank you. And here's another question. While we're talking about the gut, and I know at this symposium, very often we're talking about the bladder, urinary control, erectile dysfunction, but there's several questions about the gut. And so this person is saying, I've had androgen deprivation therapy and radiation for prostate cancer, and it's affected my bowels. I have almost no early warning, and sometimes I can't make it to the bathroom. So are there any suggestions? Kate, I suspect this may be something that your patients come and talk to you about. What do you advise people who are having bowel problems, and why do they have bowel problems after radiation?
Yeah, very good question. And it's multifactorial. As we've spoke of, the gut is very, it's an incredible organ that does phenomenal things, but it's also quite complex. So there can be the functional changes to anatomy after radiotherapy. So one layer of the changes could be just the physical muscles and ligaments. The radiation can cause tightness, stress, positioning. The inflammation from the actual radiotherapy can change the pelvic floor from an anatomical point of view. And that's where pelvic floor physiotherapy can be so extraordinarily helpful, and a specific assessment for your body, what changes have taken place. As Dr. Rutledge also attested to, you may have more tension in the pelvic floor, and another person might have more laxity in the pelvic floor. So strengthening may be the goal for one person, where stretching may be the goal for others. We all need to have them relaxed to actually strengthen them to begin with. But individual assessment is very important, and there are some kind of overall takeaway exercises, as mentioned in the program, that can be beneficial to everybody. So that's one function that can actually cause significant bowel changes. Whereas we think that we have this just sudden urgency, it must be something in my bowels, like food poisoning that we've had in the past. But a large part of that can be the urgency from pelvic floor and anatomical changes. So that's one layer that radiation can affect. And then there's several other layers. So it can actually affect the colon at the very end, the rectum. So as you empty out, we talked about the hydrogel spacer. That can be beneficial to some people, not always to all, but the goal of that is to reduce the radiation dose to the rectum. There's sphincters, there's all sorts of anatomical changes that happen there that can be very sensitive to radiotherapy, plus the lining of the colon and the rectum and the sigmoid, all the parts of the bowel that are involved and can be affected by radiation, the lining can get quite damaged. And that's where other measures can come in from a nutritional standpoint as well. That can be very, very helpful for restoring a healthy microbiome. Dr. Rutledge chatted about how some of these foods that we eat are actually ripping the lining off and causing quite a bit of gut imbalance. And radiation and inflammation can do similar things on the bowel. So we really need to honor that. And food can be a big part of how we can restore a healthy balance. So dietitians can be very helpful there as well. And then there are other components as well to gut health, and the whole journey through radiation or a cancer diagnosis can affect emotional and stress levels and sleep levels. And all of these things also affect how we digest our food, how we process our food, and how irritated our gut can be as well. So I think it's a multitude of things, and really whole body, whole heart health, spiritual healing, which is so beautiful that the program Dr. Rutledge has created goes through all those things. I think we have to come at it from multiple angles for the optimal outcomes. And all those things can certainly help. In severe cases, there can be even some bleeding, and that is a known side effect, albeit a rarer one from radiation. There can be more procedures that can be required, medications or procedures to actually help that completely. But certainly speak to your radiation oncologist or your practitioner if you're having any of those symptoms. But several things that you can do to remedy them, and I don't think it's just live with it. I think that it can certainly be corrected or improved significantly. So very important symptoms similar to urinary incontinence. Having any bowel incontinence or bowel issues can certainly affect your livelihood and longevity and survivorship. So very good question, and there are many, many things that we can work with you to improve it.
Thank you. Cherith, I'm going to see if you have any perspective on the idea of losing control of the bowels, anything you can offer. But before that, we've heard a lot, and there's a lot of interest in diet and such. So what's available? So you and your colleagues, can you tell us about how people who might be interested in learning more can get access to your department? How do they do that?
Sure. So the focus that we tend to do, or in my current role, working directly from the Saskatoon Cancer Centre, is we tend to focus on working with patients who are on active cancer treatment. And so anyone who's a cancer patient has access to a dietitian. They can self-refer, they can ask their team to put in a referral to us, and we're happy to work with people one-on-one. Once someone is done active treatment, sometimes there still are some outstanding nutrition-related concerns because we have changed your life in hopefully positive ways, as well as potentially some less desirable ways. And you can still access us, but we might not be the ones who are the best fit to continue to work with you. So, but what we can do is try to help you find a community dietitian, for example, or one who is focused on whatever issues that you are presenting with at the moment. So we tend to focus on the active cancer patients. However, we can help connect with other dietitian services if that's more appropriate for you. Yeah.
Thank you. And then, do you have any thoughts on this problem of urgency for bowel movements, maybe leakage?
Absolutely. So there's some fun stuff, I think, that we can do that when we work with people. So there's patterns of eating that can be helpful potentially for that gut loading. So sometimes people find a diet pattern of eating smaller volume at a time is helpful, because then you're having less load in your bowel at once. Shifting the ratio of the types of fiber in your diet can be helpful. So we may shift away potentially from the insoluble fiber, so that's the bran, the stuff like a broom cleans you out, and shift maybe more towards including more soluble fiber, acts like a sponge, kind of forms a gel in your gut, so your stool is more likely to be like gelled together, so not too hard, not too liquidy, kind of something in between that can sometimes be more comfortable to pass. And then we also could work with people and some suggestions of shifting how much gas. So the way we eat, we tend to swallow a lot of air, for example. So eating a little slower, chewing less gum, even though I love gum and chew it all the time. Not using a straw, less carbonated beverages can make a bit less gas, less air in our bowel, and that can sometimes help contribute to a bit less of that pressure, that sensation. And there's also some foods that tend to be gassier. So there are some things that we can do. It's not a one size fits all, not a guaranteed approach, but absolutely there are some diet shifts that can be helpful, and potentially some anti-inflammatory foods sometimes help with some of that systemic inflammation. So there's definitely potentially some things that a dietitian can help you play with.
Thank you. I heard you say that bran is an insoluble fiber. So what are examples of soluble fiber that might help firm up the stool?
Sure. Soluble fiber is my best friend. So a lot of our lovely natural foods will have a bit of both. So say a bean, the outside of the bean is probably going to have more of that roughage type of fiber, and the inside is going to have more of that soluble fiber. Same as like an apple, the peel part is going to be cleans your out fiber, and the inside part's going to have a little bit more pectin, things like that have that more gelling fiber. Barley, oatmeal, sweet potatoes, peanut butter. Those are some foods that people like that contain soluble fiber. There's certainly a lot of sources. There's also supplemental options. Some people find that a product like Metamucil, which is a psyllium fiber, has its place. People tend to think of using it to prevent constipation, but weirdly, we actually use it more often for helping manage diarrhea because it helps gel things together a bit. So, yeah.
Thank you. Before I go on to the next topic, because you just brought up oatmeal, and there is a question here involving oatmeal, what's better for breakfast, eggs or a bowl of oatmeal?
Oh, that's such a good question. What do you like better? So one of the wonderful freeing things is to embrace the fact that there's not as many rules about what's a breakfast food or not. You can have oatmeal for dessert if that's what you like, or for supper. You can have, there's no such rule. So it kind of depends also on what your goals are. There's some people that need a little bit more fiber and carbohydrates. So for them, oatmeal's the winner. There's other people who are not getting enough protein in their diet. So then for them, eggs would be a good option. In a magical ideal world, you could have a bit of both. Have some whole grains, have some protein, sneak a vegetable in there. Have you ever had pumpkin oatmeal? It's pretty good. So all foods can fit, and both are delicious. And choose the one you like the best, because that's probably the one you're going to enjoy.
Thank you. I'm going to start the next question with Mark, but maybe Rob will have some comments because it came out of your presentation. And the question is really centered around, is the horse already out of the barn? So if I paraphrase this, Rob's program is looking at multiple different ways to reduce stress, improve diet, exercise, and such for people who've already been diagnosed with cancer. Yet your practice, I hope, is mainly people who are maybe younger, haven't been diagnosed. So are we doing this intervention too late? How do we address this for the people that are coming to see you for regular checkups?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking of during that presentation, is how great would it be if we could convince people to try and live healthier lives earlier? Because that's often the problem with medicine, is that we end up being very reactive. A person is diagnosed with a condition, and now we put you on lots of different treatments. We can get that under control. We've diagnosed diabetes, and now we put you on medications that control your sugars and prevent the damage. But wouldn't it have been better to just prevent that in the first place? And I mean, sometimes that's not possible. There's always people who are going to get different conditions. That's their genes, that's their environment. It's going to happen. But there's lots of things that can be prevented through healthy lifestyle. And it's often the simple things that, if you can do them consistently over many, many years, that's going to cause the biggest impact. But that's also the hardest thing in the world to do. It's really hard to live those good, consistent lifestyle changes for a long time. And so it's about finding a balance that a person can actually maintain and do, and hopefully they can have that bigger balance of healthier choices over a longer period. And maybe down the line we'll find that will help make things like prostate cancer a little less prevalent, and hopefully lots of other conditions as well, because there's so many other health conditions that are becoming more and more common, often related to what we would call that metabolic syndrome. So things like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, high cholesterol, they're all making everything else a little bit harder and a little bit harder to treat, a little bit harder to manage. And if we can prevent those things through those healthy lifestyle changes, that's the whole goal of family medicine, really, is preventative care. And it's also, unfortunately, a difficult thing to do.
Well, you've got a room of enthusiastic ambassadors. I hope they'll take this message away. Carson?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that to have it on one clinician is very difficult. It's a societal thing. It's a cultural thing. It's everyone in this room that we need to kind of change, advocate, maybe starts at an educational level in the schools, a cafeteria program. These are all systemic things that I think as a society we need to address, not as one person going to their family doctor. That's not going to be something that's going to change us as people. So I think this is something that as a society we have to look at what our health is like, what do we want for our kids, and that's where we have to really change at the beginning and make it a societal, institutional thing. That's my soapbox. So maybe you can fly me next time here.
and we are it. It's not them, it's us. And so I just wanted to say, why would you change your behavior? Like, why would you exercise more? Why would you change your diet? Because I think you'll feel better. You'll feel happier. You'll sleep better. You have more energy. You'll have more energy to do the things you love to do. Like, that's really what this is about. And I'm saying us because I want to tell the story of one of the guys in our program. I think he was on the randomized trial. I'm going to call his name Simon, even though I don't have it right. Simon and Colette. He was the keenest guy I've ever seen take this. And he had, I think, a prostatectomy. Yeah, he had a prostatectomy. And he started walking like 15 kilometers a day, him and his wife. And he had it, I think, 3-4 weeks prior to his operation. He was getting fitter. He lost like 30 pounds. The urologist was really happy because they didn't have to cut through so much fat when they were doing the prostatectomy and so on. And he was the only guy, I guess there's two guys in total, he was religious on his Kegels as well. When they took the catheter out, he was completely dry. Now, yes, that happens, it happens in other patients, but I honestly think that probably the Kegels helped him. I'm telling you the story partly because he invited us over to his house, really gregarious guy and his wife. His kids were there, his adult kids were there, and they said, "What did you do to him? He's starting to eat vegetables." So he's the symbol, he's the model for his community. We each can do that for our loved ones and friends, right? So be the model, start to exercise a bit more, promote this with your family members, and Carson's point, the society can change. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to direct this next question to Kate, and maybe Rob would have some comments. It's about Pluvicto, and I'm just going to read between the lines. Probably they want to know what it is, when we would use it, what's the access to it, Pluvicto?
Great question, and a lot of advances have recently occurred with Pluvicto, also known as lutetium-177. So this is a radioligand, so a lot of very technical sciencey terms here. So just to take it back a step, what this is it is a prostate cancer treatment that is used during a prostate cancer journey currently at a stage when the prostate cancer has become metastatic. And more specifically, so metastatic means that the prostate cancer that started in the prostate has spread to other parts of the body. Bone is very common. It could be lymph nodes or other organs. And there are a number of treatments for that. The most common one initially is androgen deprivation therapy, which most people in the room are somewhat familiar with, and we've spoken about it as well. Then there are some other medications that also target testosterone production. There are some chemotherapy medications. There are some more targeted monoclonal antibodies, and depending on if you have different genetic changes. But eventually the prostate cancer likes to become resistant to just manipulating testosterone. And that's called castrate resistant. So now it's resistant to just taking the testosterone or the food away. So again, quite technical, but at that point, Pluvicto or lutetium has shown to be beneficial as a treatment. And what it is it's injecting a radioligand, so it's a radioactive substance or material that goes through the body, and it actually targets or ties to the cells that contain the prostate cancer, and it goes within them and it's able to destroy them. So it can go through the whole body and treat metastatic disease quite well. The trials and the most robust evidence is to use it in the setting of when the prostate cancer is metastatic and resistant to castrate options. There are many attempts and research trials looking at trying to use it in different areas in prostate cancer, trying to really just optimize when it may be more useful. So that's what it is. It is available in Saskatchewan at this point for patients who meet the criteria. There are patients maybe in this room who have had radioligands as well. There's other ones that we use. So Pluvicto or lutetium is not the first or the most novel. It's most novel really on the landscape, but we're looking at even newer radioligands that might be more beneficial too. But radium is another one that's been around for much longer that does a similar type of has a similar type of way of killing prostate cancer throughout the body, just only to the bones, whereas now Pluvicto or lutetium goes throughout the whole body, not just the bones. So that's why it is so desirable. And then it's currently being offered, which is quite new as per about 4 months ago in Saskatchewan. Prior to that, people would have to travel throughout the country to get it.
Is this broadly available? So Rob, is it part of your practice?
It's available in Nova Scotia, but it's a very narrow group of people who qualify for that treatment. But it seems to work pretty well for some of those people.
Question for Rob, and this is a little bit personal. Are you familiar with Hawkins cheesies?
Which one? Cheesies?
Pardon me?
Cheesies?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I see you didn't list them specifically as an ultra-processed food. So are they okay?
It seems that way. I mean, I'm a pretty hard-nosed, like, no, do this, do this. What you want to do is figure out what works for you, what makes you feel better, right? How do you feel an hour after your cheesies? How do you feel 3 hours after your cheesies? So I use your own mindfulness to kind of guide this as well. So I don't want to be too prescriptive. Yeah.
So Dr. Jana and I feel good after we eat our cheesies. So thank you for that reassurance. Oh, Cheesies fans, yeah, of course. Wow, yeah, Hawkins, yeah. Okay, so Garson, I want to ask you this. This is not exactly what you were talking about, but I imagine it's part of your practice. And the person is asking, what do you recommend for penile rehab post-op? So they're talking about the man has had radical prostatectomy. He's not able to have an erection. He has erectile dysfunction. The comment is, many centers seem to be recommending low-dose tadalafil, also known as Cialis, and penile pumps to maintain penile health. Are you giving advice about that? What advice are you giving?
That's a fantastic question. In another realm of that prostate cancer survivorship, there's been a lot of historic studies, especially with PD-5 inhibitors. Those are the ones that are used for erectile dysfunction. That's Cialis, Viagra. And the idea with it is to help promote oxygenation to patients to restore some of that health to the vessels after either surgery, radiation. Unfortunately, the evidence, again, as with everything in this cancer survivor space, is a bit conflicting. So there's not great evidence that being on long-term those medications helps with penile rehab. So we don't routinely advertise that as we don't feel that it's been that helpful. On the other hand, there has been promising results of people using penile pumps to either preserve their length after a prostatectomy specifically, not so much radiation, we're not sure, but after prostatectomy can be helpful because we know that some men after prostate removal may have some length loss. So that may be an option for some men. It is an extra cost. The pump is not covered, so it is a bit more expensive. So that would be, if we were to recommend anything, would be a penile vacuum pump to help after. It helps with the length, but not with the actual erections. And then the medication, to summarize, is not something that has clear evidence that it works. Although some centers do recommend it, and I think a lot of that has been historical.
Okay. Thanks. And just staying with you for another question, Garson. The man is saying, I'm not incontinent, but my bladder always feels full, yet when I go to the toilet, there's very little fluid, maybe 100 cc's, and I still feel I have not voided completely. Thoughts on what might be happening there?
Yeah, I think the bladder, we call the bladder a very unreliable witness. So a lot of things can happen with the bladder that we're not sure what's happening. So again, it requires a thorough investigation, history, physical examination, perhaps that camera test, the cystoscopy, to see what is happening with the bladder. So if it's not an issue with holding urine, you're able to hold urine, then it may be the opposite issue. You're having issues emptying the bladder. So is that an issue? The bladder sphincter itself is not relaxing. Perhaps maybe there's a scar tissue, a blockage. Or is it in fact the bladder itself? The muscle for some reason has gotten weak. Was it injured? Has it become lazy? Sometimes it may be a multitude of factors. The muscle itself, just like any other muscle in the body, can become weak with a variety of reasons. So I think that if that is an issue and you haven't been investigated or had a discussion with your provider, then that would be something that they would talk to you about, different ways to investigate and find out what the cause is, so we can find out what treatments are available for you.
Thank you. Cherith, I'm going to come to you, and I'm going to put a few things together. So this is going to be a bit of a blitz here. How much protein do I need to eat? How do I keep my bones healthy? And I think this is particularly relating to hormone treatment. And should I avoid sugar if I have cancer? Can I give you those three?
Oh boy, how much time? Okay. I'm going to try to talk as fast as possible. So protein, it's individualized, but if you're a numbers guy, 1 to 1.5 grams per kilogram is evidence-based, or 30 grams per meal. However, in practical terms, in real life, have something with some protein in it with your meals and snacks. Probably a good idea, probably good enough. If you need more than that, there's supplements and options that can be looked into, but there's a lot of food sources of protein that we can enjoy. Leads into bones.
What does that look like? Like,
yeah.
How much, like how big of a piece of chicken or
absolutely
other non-meat if I'm going to eat vegetables? What does it look like?
Love that. So kind of a standard serving size for protein. They used to say decacards, but I don't know if they're as common anymore. So I like my palm of my hand because I always have it with me. Unfortunately, they say thickness of my pinky, not my wrist, is 1 serving of protein, typically speaking. But it doesn't have to be meat. There's also my beloved lentils are a great option. Soy foods like tofu, fabulous source of protein. Fish is good. They're always telling us we should eat fish a couple times a week. It's another option. There's other foods that have like whole grains like quinoa, even though it's a grain, it has more protein in it than some of the other grains like rice, so that's an option as well. Cottage cheese, Greek yogurt, dairy products are a great source of protein. So even though there's a lot of protein powders on the market, you don't necessarily need to have one. You can eat some eggs, you can have some fish, you can have some beans, you can have some delicious, I don't know, peanut butter is not that great of a protein source, but I like to pretend because I enjoy it. So protein's also helpful for the bones, which is good. So that's another thing you could do for your bone health, is a great excuse to enjoy some protein with your meals. You're doing it for your bones. Calcium is one of the nutrients we talk about a lot with bone health. 1,000 milligrams to 1,200 milligrams is on average what most of the gentlemen in the room will be aiming for. That higher end will be if you're on ADT, if you're over the age of 71, we want a little bit more calcium. more than 2,000 milligrams is not helpful. More isn't always better. And it's a total amount of calcium. It doesn't have to all be from food. It doesn't have to all be from supplements. Again, if you're a numbers person, there's a free tool. It's from Osteoporosis Canada, a calcium calculator. It'll ask you some questions of like, oh, in a week, how much do you eat kale? How about broccoli? How about tofu? How about milk? How about whatever? And it'll do a little math for you to estimate kind of roughly about how much calcium you usually get with the foods you usually eat. And that can be a way to know if you need a supplement or not, if you're already getting enough from the foods you eat. Vitamin D is important as well, honestly. 1,000 international units of vitamin D is probably a good way to go. Don't need more than 4,000. That'll do the trick for you. And then there's the other stuff that people don't like to hear about that they should limit when it comes to bone health. It's like, oh, probably limit our alcohol, limit our sugar-sweetened beverages, limit our salts, limit our caffeine. But thankfully, you can still have 3 cups of coffee a day. I keep checking the research on that. I'm like, am I good? Am I good? Yes, I am. So some is fine. More is not always better. And then you asked about sugar. It's like each one of these could be a full all-day topic. But there's some good news that sugar and cancer isn't as strongly linked as we thought. And so all foods can fit, but we will be generally suggesting to watch out for added sugars. So there's the sugar that's naturally contained in our foods, like in our fruit and milk and things like that, and we're not so worried about that. The current guidance from WHO is like, don't have more than 10% of your calories come from free sugars, or for the average person's diet, that's 12 to 15 teaspoons of sugar a day. And I'm like, these are all just numbers. This is not very practical. So then it comes back to the practical side of things again, whereas like we can have our sugars in the things that we enjoy the most and help us eat nutritious foods. Like if I don't love my plain non-fat Greek yogurt and it is just a misery and a struggle and I hate it every day, I'm not going to enjoy my life and I'm not going to eat it. If I put some fruit in there, maybe a little bit of honey, who's to say, all of a sudden I enjoy it and I'm eating a healthy, balanced diet. That little bit of added sugar still can fit really well into the diet, but eating those giant Slurpees the size of a small child every day is probably not going to be your healthiest or best self. So.
Thank you. Thanks. Rob, I want to give you the last word in this panel discussion, and it draws from a question. I'll just tell you what the question is. During assessment and diagnosis for prostate cancer, how routinely do clinicians inform patients about prostate cancer support groups? I'm not going to call out the clinicians on this, but I want to interpret this to you as saying, you've told us about this amazing research, which is leading to an amazing intervention program. How are you going to get that in place in Saskatchewan when you live in Nova Scotia? Tell us about that.
Well, luckily, Canal and team here were one of the early adopters from a few years ago, and the nurse navigator who sees all the new patients are kind of go through this one person, I guess it's 2 people, are offering the program itself. But I would say to the physicians, even 10 seconds at consultation saying, this is an important program, I want you to do it, go to pcpep.org. When the physicians say that, the patients are more likely to actually take it up and check it out. So it's still on us and actually the medical team to keep on promoting this offering. It's not for everybody, but it's definitely helpful for at least 1 in 3 Saskatoonians, Saskatchewanese, however you say that.
Saskatchewanians. But you're still welcome back. Thank you for that. Thank you to all the panel members. Let me just tell you again who we enjoyed and benefited from hearing from. Thank you to Mark Henbid. Thanks to Garson Chan. Thanks to Cherith McGregor. Thanks to Kate Johnson. Great thanks to Rob Rutledge. And please, panel members, stay up here, but we would like to acknowledge you and thank you. And I will ask you to just stay up as we finish the program. There is a person who I want to recognize. We heard and enjoyed that tremendous video from Motorcycle Ride for Dad and the amount of money that they've raised. I wonder if you notice that their vests all have certain badges recognizing certain levels of fundraising, their contribution. And I want to recognize Dawn Sapsford. Please, would you stand? Dawn is a platinum level fundraiser with a personal fundraising in excess of $100,000. Congratulations. He's still fundraising. Admirable. That's how you do it. So that concludes our presentations for the afternoon. But before we wrap up, I want an opportunity to hear from the organization that ensures that this annual symposium goes on every year. St. Paul's Hospital Foundation was instrumental in raising the funds to create the Leslie and Irene Dubé Urology Center of Health. And that is bringing to mind a major oversight that I'm going to correct immediately. We said hello to Nicole, many of the people that you know. Karen, pardon me. Would you stand up for a moment? Karen Moore is Nicole's work partner at the Urology Center, another one of the nurse navigators. You met her out at the front, and really an indispensable part of the program. So thank you, and pardon me for that oversight. So again, St. Paul's Hospital Foundation was instrumental in raising the funds to create the Leslie and Irene Dubé Urology Center of Health at St. Paul's Hospital, and this annual symposium since its inception. We are so grateful to our community of donors who ensure this symposium continues to be held every year. And I would like to invite to the podium Lucina Hickey, the CEO of the foundation, to provide closing remarks. Lucina, please.
Thank you, Dr. Visvanathan. I always feel it imperative that I thank my wonderful communications team for preparing remarks for me, and then only to notice I just write a bunch of things on the back and go rogue. So my apologies to my communications team. What have I learned today? Well, a lot. But first and foremost, I've learned that your community cares a great deal about you. How do I know that? I know that because you're all here. You're sitting beside one another. And as Dr. Visvanathan mentioned, your community has made this day possible. I learned all about the prostate cancer journey, how it's never a direct line. It's nuanced, it's curved, it has ups and downs. But I similarly heard about points of that prostate cancer journey. The Les and Irene Dubé Urology Center of Health, nurse navigators, cystoscopy, transperineal biopsies, surgical robots, support groups. Your community has made all of those things possible in St. Paul's Hospital. It has been donor support that has helped us become leaders in effective and compassionate prostate cancer care. Dr. Rutledge, thank you so very much for the flight and for all of your contributions today. You asked a very pertinent question when you were talking about support for intimacy. Calvin, you talked about your decision when it comes to your capacity to be intimate with your partner. And then Dr. Rutledge, you asked the question, where is the system? St. Paul's Hospital Foundation aims to be the partner that helps fill gaps in the system. And that's why I'm so very pleased to share that our next project we're taking on in partnership with the Les and Irene Dubé Urology Center of Health is a sexual health coach clinic and educator. Currently in Saskatchewan, if you are facing these challenges, there is no resource outside of a private counseling clinic where you might be able to discuss the psychological challenges with intimacy, but not the physical challenges. And so our intention is to make a space that is safe, Now, I always say the internet is a crazy place. And as we noticed from resident experts here today, there is conflicting research on what is good. What we want to ensure is that when you face those challenges post-prostatectomy, post-cancer treatment, you have the capacity to speak to someone that will position you in the right direction so that you don't feel it necessary to go onto the internet, get conflicting information, and potentially some really bad advice. And so with your support, we are aiming to pilot this project for 3 years and working with the SHA to understand how we might partner so this isn't just a 3-year program. So this becomes about compassionate and effective care. So on your prostate cancer journey, wherever you might find yourself, from that initial transperineal biopsy to your prostatectomy with the surgical robot, or post-cancer treatment care in support with sexual intimacy, which is a real and vital component of a healthy lifestyle. We want to be there with you. And when we say we mean this community and the community that extends beyond. So I thank you for taking the time to join us today. I thank you for sitting beside your fellow community members and saying this is important, this is vital, and these kinds of conversations have to keep going. Now, Dr. Viswanathan isn't gonna like this, so maybe I'm gonna bribe him with a bag of cheesies afterwards. And what I will say to the fellow cheesy fans in the audience, put them in the deep freezer for a day and then come back next year and thank me. Oh, Dr. V is not convinced, okay. Okay. This Prostate Cancer Symposium has been on for 13 years, and it has been a result of the leadership and the compassion that Dr. Viswanathan has for his patients and the community within it. And so, Dr. Viswanathan, I'm sorry, but it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Jana to share a brief number of words in gratitude to your service.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, my name's Kunal Jana. I am introduced earlier, but I'm the incumbent co-chair of the symposium, and I know Kishore is not going to like this. We are kind of hijacking this, but it's on purpose because as one of my first acts as the co-chair, I wanted to make sure that we acknowledge the outgoing co-chair, Dr. Viswanathan. He is the reason we're here. He's been the guiding light for prostate cancer care in Saskatchewan, and under his leadership, we've developed this amazing state-of-the-art prostate pathway. He's been the medical advisor for the pathway since its inception. And he's always been a leader outside of prostate cancer, but just in general in trying to improve our healthcare system, try to solve problems to make your journey better, but also our journey as clinicians. On a personal note, I'm really where I'm at in part because of Kishore. He's one of the reasons I became a urologist. When I was a student, he was a mentor of mine, and we actually both trained in Ottawa, many years apart, but we did train in the same place. And I heard nothing but amazing things about Kishore from our mentors in Ottawa. One of the highest compliments I received from one of our teachers was that, he reminded me of Kishore and that, I can see you, going and following in his footsteps. And he was right. We both love cheesies. Check. I came back to Saskatoon, check. But he set an example that I definitely loved to follow, and that was, being on organizing committees, getting the pathway through, leading our division, and then the symposium. So he's had, also, I didn't get a picture, but he had a full head of hair back in residency, and it's coming. It's coming. So he was a mentor as a student, but and continues to be so as a colleague. Most of all, though, I cherish our friendship. He's led me into the world of escape rooms, but I'm most grateful for his introduction to pickleball, which we play every Sunday, and it's amazing. So Again, he's extremely humble. He will not like that we've done this, but I just want to make sure that we all know, and he knows that we're so grateful for what he's done, and again, we're here because of him. And just please join me in thanking my mentor, my colleague, and friend.
Thank you for that. That was really lovely. And to hear that I have had any influence in your amazing role and career really means a lot to me. Thank you for that. And you're right, I did not like being ambushed like that, but I did appreciate it, and I love it. So, to those of you who have attended our events in the past, you know that we rely on your evaluation feedback to help us plan future events. We really do want to hear what you think of this symposium. We really do want to hear about what you'd like to hear about in future symposia. And so this year, an online survey will be sent to you by email. So would you take a few minutes to open it up, complete it, and return it to us? We look at them all. We value your feedback. And we hope that we've provided you with some valuable insights. Sorry, that was just a little delayed emotion there. I'm good. We hope that we've provided you with some valuable insights and information, and look forward to being with you in 2026. If you know of others who should attend, please share the word. I am pleased that you have heard that Dr. Kunal Jan is taking over as co-chair, and I am pleased to pass the torch along to him. And I very much look forward to joining you all on the other side of the podium at future symposia. Now, just before we draw to a close, we do have some prizes. So I would invite those generous people who've brought prizes with them to come on up, and let's have a draw. Juliet, Prairie Pelvic Health. You are really repping today.
I'm repping, and I got my new motorcycle ride for Dad.
Motorcycle ride for Dad?
On.
Yeah. Okay. Can we ask Kate to draw? Well, what is the prize? You brought a swag bag.
Okay, well, last year, Kishore totally made me feel terrible because he's like, Juliet, what's your draw? And I didn't have one. And so I was quite embarrassed. Anyway, this year I went on to Broadway and we got some coffee from McCory's, and we've got some nice Darn Tough socks from Broadway Shoe Repair, and a nice, beautiful little penknife, an open-all penknife, which is like a French company, from The Better Good. And so that is what's coming.
Let's see who's the winner.
All right, dig around. Mary Lee Sapsford. Woo!
There we are. Thank you, Juliet, and congratulations. Next, we have Brenda Yuzdepski. Always a great supporter of all our patients at Medical Arts Pharmacy.
Thank you.
You brought some things.
I just brought five $10 gift cards from McCrory's, supporting local. So I appreciate all the support.
Looks like Dr. Johnson's being called away.
Yes,
Dr. Rutledge, you're up.
I'm just going to put these in here because they're going to overflow.
Okay.
There we go.
Somebody's getting some gift cards from McCrory's.
5 people are.
Oh, it's 5 people.
5.
Should I just hand them over?
Yep.
Thank you. Kelly Berry.
Come on down.
Come on up. Great, thank you. Darlene Berry. Oh, do you want to take that with you? I'm just going to make an assumption.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Pam Cron. Yeah. Bernie Karstad. Here comes Bernie. Ernie Pilstrom. come on up.
Here, I can run them down to them.
Oh, thank you. That's great. And, oh, wow.
She already drew them, the prizes on the back. So I'll have
All these people are winning prizes? How can this be? Amazing. Okay. So some of these prizes you will have to, I think, talk to Shannon at the back. Oh no, we have the certificates here. So 20% off leisure entrance at leisure centers in Saskatoon, Yvonne Houston. 20% off leisure center entrance, Connie McGregor. I congratulate everybody on their amazing penmanship. Wow. 20% off leisure center entrance, Frankie McLean. I hope I read that one right. Yes, great. And again, 20% off. Glenn Ertel. Here we are. Oh, now we've got some pretty amazing swag here. We've got the blue bag and water bottle, and that's to Laureen M. If there's more than one Laureen M, you're going to have to fight it out. There's one Laureen M. Congratulations. And then our final, wow. Do you do this in Halifax, Rob? No, you should start doing it. You're not that rich. No. Oh, don't let that get around. You should start doing it. So now we have this gym bag, which looks great, and a water bottle. Kelly Berry. Cleaning up. Thank you again to all our sponsors and exhibitors who've come today. We really appreciate you coming, and thank you for those great prize draws. If you would like to sponsor or donate toward next year's symposium, feel free to contact the St. Paul's Hospital Foundation office, or there are flyers on the table with more information on how to do this. And so to everyone who's turned out today, thank you again for our biggest attendance ever, making the 13th annual meeting so stellar. Please take care, everyone, and thank you again for spending your afternoon with us. See you next year.